few minutes. You are in charge of the topic, so I'll come in the back. All right, we are live. We are live, let's start with the Babuzelas.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're live. This is one calendar session right here at Chatham Shop today.
Jesus.
We're asking if it's big man shitty, but five goes to one.
Actually, it was a demolition.
It was a demolishing. Yes. And here we are. Doing what we need to do. Here comes our resident PS, Nazia, joining us. Yeah. So anyway, the rest of the world, it's what's today's date? It's the 2nd of February, 2025. And yeah, it's BantuTV podcast. Let's go. Like I said, my name is Kalinda Shachinda. I'm right here at Chatham Club, doing what we do best every Sunday. Actually, do your babuzelas and then we go to the resident PS.
Okay. Fantastic. Yeah, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us this wonderful day. Depending on where you are in the world, we thank you for taking time and listening to us on what we're going to discuss. Of course, we're going to discuss a lot of trending topics that have actually happened, throughout the week in the motherland of Zambia, and of course our surrounding neighbors in anywhere else. The name is Chanda Chilufya, and of course I'm your co-host, and we'll be discussing and dissecting economic issues, political issues, social issues, and we'll be able to find a common ground and agree, and sometimes to disagree. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce, of course, our resident PS, Chandakazia, who's here to give us a divergent view. And Mrishani.
Okay, thank you very much, Watanda and Wakalinda. I am Kazia Chanda, here in New Brunswick, in Canada. And for those that may not know, I am a former permanent secretary and labor commissioner in the Republic of Zambia, and now I'm residing in Canada, but still with very, very strong ties to Zambia. And I'm just here because my wife came to school and my kids are here, but I love my country.
Fantastic. So how's your coaching career, by the way? I know you like to coach your son.
Yes. Those that may not know, I think maybe the ones that I was with at Unza, University of Zambia, would remember that I was one of the first mature students to play in the University of Zambia football team, which was very, very competitive. And then I transitioned to be the coach for the University of Zambia. And I think I've had quite a good stint in coaching. I came here, I was given an assistant coachship role in the under 15 for the district team. We won the provincials and went to the nationals. So I took my first team to the nationals for the first time in about 15 years. So we got there, we played, but we didn't do very well. We had quite good lessons. When I came back, I was again approached to coach the Fredericton High School senior football team. So I coached the football team, and we won the provincial championship. We played about 10 games and only lost one, and won 9, including the final. So my coaching career has been really good, and I think coming from a sporting background where I played a lot of sport, and I coached even in my earlier days of my education life. So it's really been going very well here. I hope to maybe this year coach the U17 if all goes well.
That's good. And I believe your son is under 17, right?
No, he's 15 years old, but he's playing under 17.
Oh,
And yeah, he's been really good. He's made the he's made the district team, the provincial team. Now we playing also in the high performance academy for the province,
yes.
and he's been also identified for the national team. Tryouts that have been going around in the province. So again, he's in the 24, the top 24 players in the province that have been identified to look at if
Yeah.
we need to go into the national team. But I think he has very strong ties also with Zambia. He really wants to play for Zambia if it works out that way. But if not, then we know that he's gonna be here. I know that the Canadians are also watching him very closely.
Yeah. So you would allow him to play for Zambia?
Why not? Why would I stop him? He will go for what he likes. But Zambia is usually very difficult. It's a test time for the way it is organized in Zambia. Soccer is quite different from here. But I think Zambia has a better quick transitions. Here there is so much of the path, but when you are good, you are good. That's the other advantage here. There's nothing like you are good and then you are not given a chance to play at high level. In Zambia, yeah, if he is called upon, he's gonna go and play. But I don't know if it is too late. It might be difficult if he's already made his movement within the Canadian to set up.
Manchester City.
In fact, that is what I wanted. And I'm not an Arsenal supporter, but for this one, I wanted Holland to be humbled because the way he behaved towards the coach, I don't think that was right. So for me, he's been humbled, which is good. The Arsenal played a really, really brilliant game. If they played like that going forward,
Why are we talking about Arsenal? Shouldn't we stand with Manchester United? Well, that was the next game, my resident here.
I'm supporting
Our resident is a Blackburn fan.
Crystal Palace.
Yeah, I'm supporting you for this one. For this game, I wanted you guys to win, and I think you played a great game. Everything was functional. I loved my only person, my only goat in Arsenal is Thomas Partey, and he scored. So I was very, very happy with that.
Fantastic. So I think let's start the show. Let's get the show on the road, ladies and gentlemen. So I think there's a burning topic that everybody's been wanting to talk about. Of course, we're looking at the war in the Congo. In the east of Congo, called a city called Goma. It is believed, according to information that we've received, there are two things here. The Congolese government is saying that those are Rwandanese. The Rwandanese government is saying, no, they are not Rwandanese. They are Congolese. Now, which is which? So people are confused, and at the same time, but look what happened in the last week, just 1 week. They came into Goma and took over the whole town. It's feared. I think there should be about 700 or so people to be dead as we speak. Including South African soldiers. And the civilians and all these other people, and of course the Congo military. They are ready for war. Now, why all of a sudden? I think we need to ask ourselves the question is like, why all of a sudden has this, why is this happening now? Bakazia, you've been in the government system for a long time. I would like to pick your brain on this one. Are they Rwandanese or are they Congolese? Who are the M23. Who are they?
Yeah. That I have been following that as well. But if you go to check on the history part of it, President Kaunda spoke about that. President Julius Mwalimu Nyerere spoke about that. President Thabo Mbeki spoke about that. And President Kagame and also other presidents in the region have spoken about that. You see, this is the problem of divide and rule.
Mhm.
That is what you see in the Congo. It's about the divide and rule. It's like you say these are not Congolese. They are from Rwanda, and Rwanda says they're in you, but they're in your country. They're in Congo. So how do you say they are Rwandese that came into here? They've been here from 1800. So when did they become Rwandese? And of course, there is a branch of them that is in Rwanda, and there is a branch of them that is in Congo. But instead of sitting down to say this area is in Congo, they have to be integrated within the Congo system, life, just like the way if you go to northern part of Zambia,
Mhm.
and you are in the border of Tanzania and Zambia.
Mhm.
Right now, I have some of my great grandfathers, relatives in Tanzania, and they are called Simusuku. They are Kazias as well in Tanzania, and then there are all of those that moved in the 1800s into 1700s into Zambia, and there are also Simusokos and Kazias. The ones that are in Tanzania are governed by the rules in Tanzania. The ones that are governed in Zambia are governed by the rules of those that are in Zambia. And we can also still extend that to northwestern province, Kanongesh and the Matayamvo.
Mhm.
You will realize that there is that group of the Luba Lunda migration that is in Zambia, governed by the Zambian rules, and those that are in Congo being governed by the Congolese rules. So, but then when it comes to the tradition, we share the same things, the same food, the same culture. But when it comes to the political decisions and life, we are shared differently. So, in Tanzania, for instance, there are no chiefs. When Tanzania became independent, they abolished these things of chiefs and stuff like that. But in Zambia, there's the issue of chiefs and kings and stuff like that. So, I think it is a failure to transition those people and accept them as being Congolese in Congo and be integrated in the Congolese system rather than wanting to expel them. But then when you want to expel them, tell you, but where are you going to take us? In Rwanda, they are saying we are not Rwandese. In Congo, they are saying, so where do we go? But this is the land that we've occupied for the longest of the time. There could be things that actually they do not agree with in terms of political, systems, but they must sit down. It's a question of saying, let's sit down and design systems that work for us as Africans and see where they went wrong.
Mhm.
But also in these cases, you have to use the great minds of Africa to actually convince a give and take kind of arrangement that should be there. It's a question of a give and take. This is what we're gonna give, this is what we're gonna take. We are giving this, we don't like it, but it is for the better good of us. And we are taking this because we need the systems to run. So I think that is what is actually lacking into this. So the failure to accept and integrate that group of colleagues in our African political system, be it in Congo, Rwanda, is what has caused the M23. From what I have seen from President, late President Mwalimu Kambarage Nyerere, and also late President Kaunda, they also spoke about that. And this was a problem which was caused by, obviously, the late President Mobutu Sese Seko of Congo. But then I think the subsequent president needed to do slightly more to fix the problem. That is what I see. That's what I can see from where I stand.
Mm, mm, mm. Now, that's a very good insight. Deep Think, are you there today? Are you ready to tap in on this one? Hello? I think my deep thinker is still watching soccer. So you actually mentioned one thing that's important. You've talked about Bakaunda, and I think me personally, what I feel is my deep thinker, there you are. All right. Now, do you want to come in and tap on the DRC Congo Eastern Side War by deep thinker? Are you there? You have to unmute yourself. Oh, we got you.
I think my deep thinker must be having the same problem I had. So they send him the link again.
Oh.
So send him back the link and text to him that you sent him the link.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there was a problem.
Yes, I couldn't go in. So we'll send him the link again.
And he's also I think he's also having problems to join as well. And let me just tell
Just send them they send their links, then you will see it.
Yeah, I just sent it to. So you brought up a very good point when it touches to the leaders in the past, and what I think went wrong is we had great leaders like Pan-African leaders, the leaders of the Pan-African system at the time. Walikweteko Bakaunda, Julius Nyerere, and all these other renowned politicians and leaders. What they did was, if you look at just like if you look at all these countries that had all these Pan-African leaders, they have never had a problem like in Congo, because Congo problem has started. It's been a problem that's been there for years. Yeah, and it's a country where people have been fighting for so many years, and there's never been a solution. But why is it the only Pan-African who was there was Patrice Lumumba? And we know what happened to Patrice Lumumba. So people like that, Patrice Lumumba, Kenneth Kaunda, these were people, Mandela, they were people that were only going in there just to liberate their own countries and make sure that, like Kaunda said, one Zambia, one nation. You're not going in to enrich yourself. You're just going in just to make sure that each and every citizen is free, and each and every citizen has the right to basic needs. All right. So these are the issues. These are the issues that we've been fighting. And but then is Rakalinda Navena. I don't know why she has set up this system like this. So as like I was saying, like, look.
But there is it done gone. Hello? Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. But Dan, have you sent them the links?
Yes, he's waiting to be ushered in by Bakalinda.
Okay,
yeah.
tell
So I've told her. I mean, she's too excited.
With that.
She thinks she's the only Arsenal fan in the world.
You're being attacked now.
Makalinda, are you the only Arsenal fan in the world?
Yes, I'm the only Arsenal fan in the world. What is never to fear?
Huh?
Hello.
I know a Valentine is here and so is the dog. I'm the only Arsenal fan there. What's the issue, guys?
I know.
My
So-
voice is
Well, we
gone.
cannot
So
win.
Okay. All right. So,
Love
the-
London forever. Whatever, whatever.
Whatever.
Anyway, so I was saying, we were just for everybody that has joined in, we've just started
Yeah,
talking
but
about.
the different, but the different is here, so it's a dog in
Okay, I've seen that.
Puerto
Yeah,
Rico. Yeah.
we'll usher them in. We'll usher them in. I just want to bring them up to speed. So far, ladies and gentlemen, what we've been discussing is the DRC war, which is like one of the burning topics in right now as we speak. So we've tapped on, to find out, like, look, the rebels, or they call them Namulenge, I forget the name. Are they Congolese or are they Rwandanese? Because the Congolese government is saying they are not Congolese, they are Rwandanese. The Rwandanese government, Kagame was there on TV saying that, no, those are actually Congolese. They are not Rwandanese. Now, the burning question is, who are they and why have they taken over Goma? Okay? And why now? Where have they been all this time? And what, as African leaders, Sekedi what has he done right or wrong? Why has Congo always been a turmoil of internal wars for the longest? Like, for as far as I can remember, like, Congo has always been in a war. I was talking to a friend of mine who's Congolese and Zambian, and he was telling me, no, Chanda, back off for the Congo issue because, Zambians, you don't have the minerals that we have. And I started laughing and say, look, Congo will not be there, and you yourself will not be there if it wasn't for Zambia. And by the way, we have the same minerals that you guys have. We've got cobalt. We've got everything that you have. Okay? Maybe just that hasn't been explored at that level, but so you can't say stay away from this issue. Okay? But now, since we have we'll start with our deep thinker. If you can talk, tell us your thoughts on it. And then Danny can come in. But Danny, I know he's got a lot to say about this issue. And let's try to see why we are where we are, where Congo is, where it is right now, as we speak, in terms of, the political climate and the war. But deep thinker.
all right. I'm not feeling too well, so I'll be in and out. Can you hear me?
Okay, we can hear you clearly.
All right. So what we're talking about here is to me, this is just me. This is a failure of our founding fathers.
Mhm.
Our founding fathers did not go all the way back to 1885 when Africa was being partitioned. There were a few voices like Kazia said, Kaunda, Nyerere, those guys spoke on the issue. And if you listen very carefully to Nyerere and listen very carefully to Kagame, you understand, you get to understand the problem there. Those are colonial borders. So if you cut across southern province, like on the Zimbabwe side, there are Bingas, and in Binga there are Tongas, and on the other side, on the Zambian side, are Tongas. Now, what happens to those people if Zimbabwe decides to say, "Well, you're not supporting my political party, so we're chasing you"? What happens in that case? That's what we need to think about. So it goes all the way back when the partitioning of Africa was done, and at independence, those issues, those burning issues, were not discussed. And if they were, whoever discussed it were either assassinated, overthrown, or silenced. So
Mm,
now, fast forward, the same issues are coming. If you listen to Nyerere puts it very clear. He says when the petitioning happened, some of those people were thrown in DRC, present day DRC. Some of them in Rwanda. So the argument now about they're not DRC citizens, where are they? Which country do they belong to? And Nyerere further says, which needs to be explored. You do not expel people after the colonial borders. You do not expel people without giving them the land. If you don't want them, let them go with the land, petition the land so that they can go with the land, so they can have a place called home. So Kagame is saying everyone coming to have a conversation about this situation in Congo, in DRC, has an interest. What suits them? What is it that I want from this conference? What is it that I want from this meeting? And at the end of the day, they want to sign papers based on their interests. Kagame is saying, let's go back into historical, let's look at the historical context. Let's look at this in the historical context. And then we can come up with the documents that can be signed once we understand that. So if we go into the historical context, then those people we call M23, they're gonna have to go to Rwanda with some land from DRC. That's only fair. You don't expel people who have nowhere to go, because you're creating a humanitarian crisis in Rwanda. And South Africa, I don't even know why they jumped in that, because that what's to me what's going on with the M23. That's an apartheid kind of system in DRC, and South Africa should know better. South Africa of all countries should know better.
mm,
Where people have lived for years, and then you wanted to expel them from the land they call home. Just
mm,
like the whites in South Africa tried to expel black people
mm,
from the land they call home. To me, it doesn't make sense. Kagame is the only one making sense to me.
mm,
And
mm,
Museveni is making sense too, because they go to into history. I yield.
mm. But Danny,
Hello, everybody. Congratulations, Arsenal first for that surprise performance.
why are you surprised? Don't be surprised.
Okay, they played like a proper professional team. Anyway, yeah, I agree with your deep thinker 100% in the sense that I was chatting about Kazia the other day. I followed one of these philosophers, whatever it's called, philosopher, political analyst, who was saying there are three or four things that really in Africa that bring conflicts. Uh, there's an issue of land, an issue of resources, and then an issue of course, corruption. And if you look at the DRC issue, all those factors are there. Okay, there's an issue of corruption, there's an issue of land, and there's an issue um, of foreign interference. So there are so many factors which really make the situation really ripe or really fertile for a conflict. If you look at the historical background of our Tutsi people, of course, they divided our continent, these guys, in 1885, 84. And then they divided those guys, the Tutsis, some in Rwanda, some in Kenya, Uganda, some in Burundi, some in Congo. But now, hundreds of years, or more than 100 years later, these guys in Congo, simply because they are occupying, the government realizes that they are occupying a land which has which is rich in minerals. You are trying now to chase them and say, hey, go back to Rwanda. It's not fair to the Tutsis there. It's not fair. Why does the government of Congo want to chase them from there? Because they're interested in their land. They want to start mining and giving them to these foreign interests that are going to give them money for those quota and stuff like that. So you can't chase your own people across the border just because you want to start mining the minerals that are in their land. It's really unfair. And coming to, I know people are blaming Kagame for supporting them. Kagame is just doing the right thing in the sense that I know Kagame belongs to the Tutsi ethnic group as well, but is basically very honest in his support of M23, because they want to shove them into his country, but where are they going to be? There's no empty land there for them to come. There are many of them. Let them stay there. And to make matters worse, the Congolese government now, they are trying to, burn their villages and rape their women and do all sorts of things. They are not even allowed to vote. They don't have any rights as Congolese. They can't. There are no schools there. They don't build schools for them. They just regard them as outcasts in their own country. It's not right. It's not right. So I support Kagame, but I know people that do not support Kagame's stance is that because he's getting minerals from there, he's getting minerals from there. No, actually, the Eastern Congo, the shortest route to exports to the outside world is through the eastern ports. So there's no way they're going to be exporting their minerals. Those are their minerals. They're not going to be exporting their minerals through the western coast or whatever. No, they have to go through East Africa. Anyway, that's where the shortest route is. So he's just doing them. He's benefiting, but he's making those people sell their minerals to the outside world. So he's basically benefiting as well, but as well as the M23, the Tutsis are benefiting out of those resources. So it's a very complex thing. The only thing that I'm not happy with is us Africans as well. Why have we allowed 7 nations? There are 7 countries in Congo right now. 7. They are there. They can't come and say they're helping. They are not helping. There are 7 countries in there. There's Belgium, there's Romania, there's France, there's the US, they are all there. And the conflict is not ending. Yet we have 7 countries with militias in there. They're just milking our resources as Africans. Let's open up our eyes. Let's let all these foreign forces get out. And let's go as Africans and solve our own problem. Now, to make matters worse, we have people like South Africa coming in, trying to play this mafia type of thing together with the Western.
Exactly.
Yeah. Because Ramaphosa sends those things for his own interests. I'm told there's South African miners there as well that he's protecting interests of those mining companies in there. So this is our continent. Let's speak with one voice. Let's not. We should unite, chase all the foreigners out of Africa. Let SADC, Eastern, whatever. Let's sit together as Africans and solve our own problems. Because we are being taken advantage of. This is just. We can't be quarrel. We can't have, Rwanda fight South Africa while the people are mining our coltan in Congo. Foreigners are doing that. So that's what they want, and I can foresee this. South Africa will go to war with Rwanda, and yet they'll be mining the coltan. You see, so they're going to fuel this thing. If we are not very careful, the foreigners that are in Congo will fuel this thing to make sure that Kagame is disturbed. South Africa is disturbed, and then they start fighting each other and all that type of thing. In the meantime, there are 7 foreign countries right now. They're all there. That's my take. Let's chase everybody out. We can solve this problem on our own. But to have the government of Congo as well, the DRC, they should get organized and stop discriminating their own people. I know some people call it a failed state in a way, because the government, DRC government, does not control all parts of its country. They just control certain parts. So they call it a failed state, but I don't know whether that's true or not. But they should get more organized and make things equitable to all their citizens. That's all I have to say. Yeah.
Well, you know, you
May-
brought up certain, points that I think I need to illuminate on. When we talk about the failure of the leaders, I think it's on Congo. So, because what happened was all the Pan-African leaders in the past, okay, if you look at Patrice Lumumba, Thomas Sankara, Jomo Kenyatta, Julius Nyerere, Kenneth Kaunda, you know, these gentlemen were well-standing citizens, and what they meant was they meant business. And what they wanted was an Africa that's united and an Africa that's independent from the Western world. Now, here's where Congo failed. Okay? They killed their own Pan-African, who was Patrice Lumumba. Okay? For the interest of the Western world. Because he had very divergent views. He didn't want to be a puppet. But because of that, he was killed. Now, Congo is where they are today, because after that, there wasn't any Pan-African. But look at all these other countries. Look at Zambia. Look at all these other countries where all these other Pan-African leaders are. We solidified, just Zambia as an example itself. Earlier in the years, it said, look, it's one Zambia, one nation, under one flag. Okay? So there's nothing like, you know, you since you live in the northern part of Zambia, then you live on your own. Since you live in the southern province, you live on your own. No. Kaunda brought that up and said, look, we are going to use the Bible and we're going to say one Zambia, one nation. And let's stay united. So that helped us in the early years. So if all the other Pan-African leaders were following that, all those, the same blueprint, or if they didn't kill Patrice Lumumba, or assassinate him, in fact, not kill, but assassinate, if he wasn't assassinated, Congo would be at a better place right now. But now every leader that comes is always in the pockets of the Western world, and they don't fully, think or maybe operate for the benefit of all Congolese people. But who are all Congolese people? It's everybody that lives within your border. It doesn't mean if, like for instance, in Goma, the Tutsis who are Congolese that live there, they're also your people, right? But they've led for years and years. It's been one of most of the poorest towns and provinces. Yet they have a lot of minerals there, a lot of natural resources. But even just to get water is a problem. Is it? No network, no electricity. But they have a lot of minerals there. So why are they keeping their people like in a town and a city that has all these brilliant and beautiful minerals? Is it deliberately? Is it by design? We want to find out why the Congo is at the situation where they are, because we can take a lift as other African countries and say, if the Congolese government can neglect its own citizens, why do you think the Western world will come and embrace them? Okay, and the one point what Danny were talking about is what's the take? Why is South Africa in this anyway? Because it's not their business anyway, right? Because even Kagame was saying, like, look, at the sidelines, we talk and we negotiate. In South Africa, they were saying they were coming as the peacemakers, but they're the ones that were going attacking people. So why is South Africa all of a sudden interested? It's not their war. It's not their problem. It is an African problem, but you should not ignite or put fuel to the fire. You should, at least South Africa would have done a better job. That's why even I was watching what Julius Malema was saying, like, look, because a lot of South Africans died, a lot of soldiers died in that process. And Julius Malema was like, why are we sending our own soldiers to go and die in the Congo? Why?
Because Ramaphosa is being used by the Western world.
So, I mean, it's like there's no point of us losing our own people there. Bring back our people, bring back, let's go on the table. But Sekedi looks like he does not want to sit on the round table to discuss these issues and iron them out.
Sekedi is in the pockets of the imperialists.
Okay? Because I was listening to what Kagame was saying. Kagame, it looks like he wants to sit down and solve the problem. Okay? But if the other individual is not ready to sit down, then what can you do?
Can you just jump in there? You remember African leaders, all the SADC region and all the Eastern Corridor and all that, they came together and said, we're going to solve this problem as Africans, yeah? And they say they're going to contribute $20 million each and make this happen, move people where they're supposed to be and stop all this nonsense. And United Nations passed the resolution. They said, no, African leaders, stop this. We're going to help you do this. And that was how many years ago? 15 years ago or something. They stopped the whole thing. They knew that Africans were going to solve this. The United Nations stopped it. They said, no, the United Nations is going to fund the whole reconciliation thing. And African countries were ready to do this. And now we are being divided. South Africa is being bought already by the Western world. And it's just going to cause confusions now to start fighting amongst ourselves. It's not right.
Now, the other thing that I see is a problem. Is also probably which becomes very difficult to deal with the problem is when our initial plan to resolve the matter. In diplomacy, the moment you start by accusing without having, you may have a feeling about it, but when you issue it as a statement of fact, for instance, if you say, Sekedi in the meeting, it's okay. Sekedi, you are a puppet of the West, or you're a puppet of this government, Belgium, or whatever. You mentioned it in plain view like that. And then the next day, you want to sit down and have a conversation. That conversation may never happen. The starting point for me to resolve this matter is, first of all, to be factual, but to be gracious enough to use the right wording before you sit down. Because if Sekedi says, but you, Kagame, your people are stealing diamonds and they're coming to you and they want trading on their behalf, do you think the two leaders will sit and talk? They will not. So the international diplomacy and even the African diplomacy does not provide for the attack. It provides for people to focus on the problem rather than personalities. And one of the things that has created the problem and failing for these two people to sit down and have a conversation is that there is a scenario where they accuse each other before they sit down to talk. Therefore, they start to address things that are not the issues. For instance, in this aspect, the issues about the land, the issues about their political rights, economic rights, social rights, and things like that. For the people that are in this region, those are the issues that people must be able to look out for. The moment you say, oh, Sekedi, you are useless, you are this, the people and the system that support Sekedi rise up to come and want to prove a point that they are not. And therefore, the matters remain unresolved. And all these kind of fights that you are seeing in Africa and failing to sit down and talk is deliberately designed by the people that benefit out of this confusion, which mostly is the Western world, because that is where the raw materials are going. They will not finance you to sit down and look at each other as human beings. No. They have to bring out information which is false, throw at one person, and the two people should never ever sit down eye to eye and meet and resolve this matter. This matter, in my opinion, would be resolved if, first of all, there is ceasefire in terms of accusations, so that the narrative changes to the real issues. This time, the narrative has been focused on the non-issues. So, my opinion about this is that they need to find an African solution to this problem. But to find an African solution to this problem, the first thing is that we must tame our tongues. The way we speak to each other is a starting point. If we still speak to each other with respect and dignity, then even if other people want to bring facts which are going to be controversial, you avoid them at the point. There would be peace in Eastern Congo. Oh, I submit.
I see it differently, because when there are issues like this, can you hear me?
Yes, but I think I can hear you.
When you have issues like this, tempers are high. You're talking about a country, you're talking about resources, you're talking about a lot of things. It's at that heated moment. If we take a leaf from South Africa, it was at the heated moment when the Afrikaners thought, you know what, this is our home, we're not going anywhere, and we're ready to fight and kill for our land. You go to Africans, they're saying the same thing. This is our ancestral land, we're not going anywhere. So if we are going to take the position that because you insulted me, we're not going to sit down, we won't find solutions to our African problems. So I don't know why the president of DRC, the president of DRC, I am not very sure why he belongs to the East African community. I'm hearing an echo. No.
Oh, it's
Kazia,
Yeah. So he belongs to the East African community. And then he dashes to go to SADC. The East African community, they're trying to sit down whether they're coming out with a workable solution or not.
yeah,
He's not there, he's going to SADC.
they agreed. All of them, the Eastern countries, they agreed.
Correct.
He
But-
jumps, he goes to Ramaphosa.
Correct. He goes to SADC. And now there's a problem between those two. And one thing I think I heard Kagame say, I'm not supporting any side. I'm just looking for sense in what I hear. The people from Rwanda, after Kabila became president, the older Kabila, if you remember very well, there is a group that was formed, the FDLR, and the FDLR were determined to destabilize Rwanda.
Yeah, they are neighbors with M23, same area.
Yes. So
Yes.
so Rwanda, Kagame has an interest there to say, if I put my guards down, these are out to get us. They're coming from DRC. So if I relax, my people will be, my whole country is going to be swept. So he has an interest in that. And also, we need to go to the documentations. What agreements did Mobutu Sese Seko have with the Rwandan and Ugandan government? What agreements did Kabila the order have with these countries for protection? What agreements did the young Kabila have with these countries looking for protection? And then we need to look at what is it that the new president of DRC is disregarding. He has the right to disregard some agreements, but you need to go to the negotiating table instead of rushing to SADC.
But I did think maybe you didn't hear what I said. I did not say that you will have to. What has been said can be taken back. No, I'm talking about going forward.
Correct.
If you want to have a conversation that is going to be productive, you don't start by the attack. You don't start with attack first, because then I have to start to prove the point that I am right, rather than that this is the issue. And that is the way these systems have been dragged on and on. So I'm saying that on both sides, first of all, you stop the negative attack that is based on non-issues. Whether by you are very foolish, you are very stupid. And you know how we take these words in African societies when someone says that. So that is what I'm trying to imply to say. The starting point must be, we must have to look at us. We must first of all take the blinders, the distractors from the conversation, so that we focus on the real issues. You're right in terms of what Kagame's interests may look like. But the moment you're looking at those are interests, okay, yes, maybe the interests are genuine. But then instead of taking note of those interests by yourself and say, okay, these interests can be resolved by going forward in a different direction without necessarily accusing him of anything foolish about it, like, or calling him names stupid and whatever, or calling him dictator, calling him a killer, calling him this. You can still resolve those matters. That's what I mean when I say that.
Correct. But can I jump in? It will be brief, Bachand. It will be very brief. If we go by that, Kazia, what I'm saying is that South Africa would not have attained the freedom that they have. Because South Africa, it was not only words, it was killings. You sitting down with the people that have killed, and they wanted to kill you as you are sitting there. Remember Codesa? When they busted into the negotiation table, negotiation room, with the tankers coming to kill them. But still, as elders, as politicians, you stay the course of peace. That's all I'm saying. When you compare words that have been used to loss of lives that was going on in South Africa at the time, those negotiations should have been cancelled right there.
But the question that I have for you is, do you think we should continue on that trajectory of saying, okay, these words don't matter, we should just be saying them, even as we plan to achieve peace?
No.
Yeah, that is my point. My point is not anything that you've given. Whatever I've said is correct. But I'm saying we need to stop that.
Correct.
That is all I'm putting forward. That these are the barriers.
But how are we going to stop it if you don't attend?
Hello?
How are we going to stop that if you are frustrated and unhappy?
No. This is what I'm saying. We must stop, because when you stop, there will be no point of frustration going forward.
Okay.
Unless you dig deeper in the past, then the problem starts. But when you stop something and you are going forward on a new plate in terms of a new engagement, then you do not need to go back into those. That is what I'm trying to push up.
I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. Thank you. I yield.
Just one more point I want to add here. To me, I think the whole solution lies in the Congolese government, DRC government, through their leadership there. The fact is that they are not being honest. They have pulled out of negotiations where the Eastern African countries say, let's sit down and talk. in the last minute, Tshisekedi pulls out. He doesn't want to meet because he knows his point is he's serving different interests other than his country's citizens' interests. He's definitely to blame here because if he really wants to solve this problem can be solved. After all, these Tutsis have been there for hundreds of years in that area. It's only now that they have discovered that they've got these minerals in that area when he wants to displace them now. Why didn't he displace them? Why didn't the Congolese government displace them 100 years ago when they were there? So there's something here which is obvious. You have discovered something there and you don't regard the people that are there. You just want to chuck them out and mine the mineral. That's the reason why they want to chuck them out. And you tell them if you don't get out, they come at night and kill the animals, rape their women, and do all sorts of. They want to frustrate them so that they get out of there. So the real problem here lies in the hands of the Congolese government, Tshisekedi. But he doesn't want to do that because I guess he's getting a lot of money from the outside forces, So it's very unfortunate, very, very unfortunate.
I don't know if everybody is aware that those guys who were supposed to be repatriated to an area close to Angola.
Yes, that's one of their demands. They said, we just want to be, if you want to give us land, their demands are very clear. We are military people. If you are going to disarm us, they actually gave
Disarmed.
They disarmed them.
They did.
And they waited to be deployed. And then he said, no, we're not doing nothing. He changed their mind. They were supposed to be, because the government was saying, no, we don't want you to be near Rwanda. So they said, take us anywhere where there's land. And they were supposed to bring them to the west coast near Angola.
Near Angola, yeah.
Yes, they were ready. They disarmed them. And then he pulled out of that thing, said, no, I'm not doing it. All they want is jobs. First of all, they are military people. All they know is they are military. So they said, put us in the military. We can be part of the military. And let's keep the ranks. We have general. Yeah. So he doesn't want to. So their demands are very, and give us the freedom also to know, like any other Congolese, to have the ID, the passports of being whatever, but they don't want to give them any of that. They have no passports. They have no ID. It's not right.
So they're stateless.
Yeah, they're stateless. They can't go into schools. They can't go into whatever. They say you're not Congolese. You're Rwandan. They've never been to Rwanda. They don't know what to. It's crazy. It's just crazy.
So the bigger question though is the US, Canada, Zambian. Does anyone know the position of the Zambian government?
The Zambian government usually is not aligned to these matters, and they work in the background. You are not going to see Zambian government usually from the time that I've worked for them in government for many years, that you're going to see government come forward and take a position which is to agitate on both sides. Zambian government usually work in the background to find a solution which is going to, be in the best interest of both countries. Both the three countries, what works for both. That's what I see the Zambian government usually do in these matters, because this can be very sensitive and can be very divisive, and how governments see each other.
I didn't ask the question right. Let me ask you this. As part of SADC, what's our position? I think that's what I meant to ask.
Well, no, I think I haven't yet published the statement on that. The Zambian government has not yet, I think, I've been trying to check, but I think they've not given any official statement, which I think they shouldn't rush to give. They must wait until they see all the facts.
Okay.
Because we are neighbors.
Yeah, we can't afford to rush and blah blah blah. No, these things there is more information to what we can just be than meets the eye, because you see, the mere fact that we've heard what one part has said doesn't mean that the other parts do not have their own share of things. So I think it's better they have a good introspection, good kind of information about what is going on, and then they can give their official position on the matter.
Okay. Wachanda, again, when you're not talking, I can't hear. There's too much echo. So I just want to contribute something here. The Zambian government, Zambia has always been a very good country in conflicts. Why I like about my country is that we have always followed international law. We don't act unilaterally out of the. We always follow. For example, we'll meet with SADC friends of ours. We agree if Zambia is going to deploy troops, it's either by SADC or United Nations and something like. Zambia does not take its own stance like South Africa has done. Okay, or Zimbabwe did that as well under Mugabe to Congo and all that type of thing. We don't do that because that we always act in unison with our friends, our organizations that we belong to, which is very, very good. So I don't think Zambia will ever act the way South Africa has acted in this case.
So, but then question to you: is South Africa acting as South Africa, or are they acting on behalf of SADC? Does anyone have that information?
They are acting on their own.
Oh, okay.
SADC, if SADC was going to be in Congo, they were going to have a SADC force. So it was going to have a few Zambians, a few South Africans, a few this, a few that. But South Africa went there on its own. It never went with the blessing. Yeah.
It may not work at times that way. It may work where a resolution is passed to support one troops. Maybe like South Africa says we have the means and resources to send everyone the troops there. By resolution, like I say, in case of it has to be SADC resolution. So a country can move in to support, like we are in charge. Not all countries that are in charge supporting the peacekeeping in Africa. Like for instance, there is no Malawian forces in charge, but Zambian forces are there. So they may work with others, but do a SADC resolution. The question is, has there been a SADC resolution? If there's no SADC resolution, then South Africa is going in there by themselves. And some of this is why it's important for government to give a position about this. If Zambia was part of the decision making, or did they abstain? Did they support the resolution? Was it voted for? How did they get to that? Otherwise, if it's not done that way, then South Africa might have gone it alone.
The information which is there right now says that South Africa went it alone. If South Africa went there with the blessing of SADC, they would have said SADC troops have been killed. When you go there representing your organization,
okay, good.
Not anymore.
Would we benefit from that resolution, so that we see where that information? It would be good to see that.
Yeah.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
Where are the moderators? The moderators have disappeared.
Oh, sorry. So, like I was saying, I'm saying that.
What's the next topic?
Okay, next topic in the but before we go to the next topic, I just wanted to say this. They convened yesterday, just yesterday. SADC and the ESC, both organizations, just convened yesterday, and what they've discussed, we yet to know, obviously, by tomorrow Monday, and what all these other countries are going to do now from now going forward. So Zambia, like everybody's saying, we cannot just go in. South Africa went in as an individual country, on their own capacity. They were not representing SADC.
No.
Okay, so that's why they had this urgent meeting that they had yesterday. It was an urgent meeting. Everybody went there. Even our own president was there. He attended that meeting. So after that, then we're going to say, okay, what's the way forward? What's the solution? And what are we going to do?
I think that's the best way to have our own organizations meet and talk, other than those 7 countries which are confusing us amongst us.
So
this
next topic. Let's move on, guys. I think we've tackled this left, right, and center. The next topic, I think we need to talk about the the UN representative that was in the country, and of course, there's been speculations to say, she came here because, she was worried because the people in Zambia are being ill-treated, there are no human rights, and so on and so forth. But the most key or important issue that people don't understand is that she came here through the invitation of the government. After all those letters were sent, left, right, and center from the opposition, the government said, look, we're an open book and we've got nothing to hide. Come and see for yourself. Right? And then during the course of her, she's trying to find out and gather information. She went to Flavor FM, owned by Chishala Chitoshi. Yeah? So some of those propagandists put up a huge, misinformation to say, look, Flavor FM has been surrounded by the police. They don't want her to say or talk to journalists and so on and so forth. And as if that wasn't enough, we all know who, Emmanuel Mwamba. He goes on TV. Okay, I think he probably didn't even know that this is going to happen. But Diamond TV invited him to explain his position, why he said that the Flavor FM has been, surrounded by police because they don't want her, to be interviewed, or they don't want her to, find out what's going on in the country. The chairman, Chishala Chitoshi, he came there as well, and he was clearing the air, and he said it clearly to say, no. There were no police surrounding Flavor FM. Okay? There were no people there's no police officers who were surrounding Flavor FM. She came there, she didn't come there to have an interview. She just came there just to find out and just interact with the journalists and so on and so forth. Okay? So, and at the end of the day, she came out and according to what she said, the last time she was on TV, she was at State House, she said, after the 10-year rule, of the Patriotic Front, which was engulfed in violence and all that stuff, we're happy to see that we have now a government that listens to the people. So the UPND has been, I don't know if you guys saw that, about deep thinker.
So for me, pertaining to the issue, the UN representative who came, the question I have is, did that person come in to get some findings or to give final report, or whatever her findings are have to be submitted somewhere and reviewed for a final report? Because what was reported, I don't know whether to take it like that's what it is, or is somebody still going to analyze that information and publicize it later? That's my only question and confusion on that.
That's a good question. That's a very good question. I think probably because she, according to what she was saying, she was an independent person who was hired by the Human Rights Commission. So she doesn't really work for the Human Rights Commission. She's just an independent person. So she's an independent body. So to her job is to come, collect data, and take it there. Obviously, when she takes that information there, they will give us a final report and say, look, is there human rights violations in the country or not?
But I don't think so.
What do you mean?
I don't think so. She came as a consultant.
Yes, she said it herself. Kadishka, but you don't know.
Yeah, then then there's a problem.
Then it becomes subjective. That's what I'm trying to say.
But what that's a job and repertoire.
Yeah, but you see, the job, if she's a consultant, that becomes a problem. Because then she has to submit the report to somebody.
Yeah, to the Human Rights Commission. Like I said.
So what she has discovered in the report is not fine, isn't it?
No, like I said, Kadishka Bashau, I said she came here. Okay, what they did, the government, the current government invited.
But and I think there's an echo here.
I'm trying to.
So the current government invited, called or wrote to the Human Rights Commission to say, we are inviting you to come and investigate and know what's going on here in the country. So themselves, what they did is what they do is they want to be an independent view. Okay, so they hired an independent person to come to the country to come and see. Okay, she has no ties directly. Okay, indirectly she's just doing her job.
So, but and are you saying actually it's the United Nations that is investigating, but they asked an independent person, but the findings are going to be published by the United Nations. Is that what I'm hearing?
Oh, if you want to put it that way, yeah, because she doesn't work for the United Nations. She doesn't work. She even said it categorically. I don't work for the United Nations. Okay, I've just been hired as an individual, as a person. Okay, as an independent body to come and give and find out. And after my findings, I'm going to take the report and they'll know what to do. Because here's the thing. I think this is a good thing. Because sometimes if somebody directly from the organ of the organization comes to the country, and they're trying to, investigate, it may or may not be biased depending on the relationship with the country and so on and so forth. So to avoid all those things, where ties, you got certain ties, you got certain relationships.
That is very dangerous.
What do you mean?
See, I have at times done country verification when you've been cited or when there is a complaint. That's why the UN specialized system give technical assistance to countries. And the people that come from technical assistance are not consultants. They work for the institutions where it's a global body. That is what they do. Not like, okay, come here. Like Zambia, we say, oh, I want to say there's a report for human rights violation. So we want a consultant to come here.
No. Now you're misleading the people.
Okay,
Zambian government did not say we want an independent people. It's them themselves that decided.
They decided to say they are going to give us a consultant who doesn't work for the UN to come to Zambia and then submit a report to them. That's why so which means whatever she's found is not fine, isn't it?
Yeah, we agree with that. We agree with that. And she actually came with a deputy who actually works.
No. That is not the point. The point is, and I think I picked what the deep thinker said is, if this person has found a report, this report will be subject to a board where she's writing to. And that board will go through this. And if other people have queries, they can still go to that body and raise queries, isn't it?
Correct.
That's exactly where I'm going.
All right.
Well, I agree with you. I agree on that point. Okay. But this is more like an open book. Like, look, if you've got nothing to hide, why should we be worried? Really?
No. It's not about nothing to hide. People hide even where it is clear. People hide even when there's nothing to hide. People hide. Especially government. Governments are known for that. They can hide things that are very clear, openly, everyone can see. They will pretend. Governments behave like that. That's why those independent bodies, they come and raise matters. and you can still challenge what they've raised. That's another advantage, because I have worked with the other UN systems, and at times people also may not know that even if they send an expert, come in Zambia, write everything you want as a citizen. When you don't agree, you can challenge that and you go and say, wait a minute, the person you sent did not do the good job. And why did I say the person you sent to do a good job didn't do a good job? Because of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 things, and you should never send him again. You understand? You can still raise that as a country and as a member state, or even as a citizen of that country. You can still raise and petition the other body until the UN probably puts in their final report. So I think I agree with you when you say that he found those matters. As to what Emmanuel Mamba was raising, Emmanuel Mamba raised a few things that I think I was listening to both the conversation between Emmanuel and the other one, the owner of the radio station. Yes, Chara, I was listening to that. Because Chara did not even say the police were there. And he was telling that no, actually 2 people came. Now Emmanuel Mamba's point was, why should the police go to the radio station to start asking if he's going to talk to the witnesses, if he's going to do this? That is a tantamount to interference, because the police have no business there when she's conducting that business. There is nowhere where you can go, because when you go and say, oh, how many people is she going to talk to? Oh, we know this. She's not going to talk to everybody, so now you go. When a person shows up as an independent person to assess, there should be no time that you question their modalities of how they're investigating. I think that was the biggest thing that I picked from what Emmanuel was raising.
Yeah.
But then,
but here's the thing: where Emmanuel Mamba misled the public is this. He said Flavor FM has been surrounded. That's what he said. Because he's an analyst. Like we all know why he always trying to make something big out of something, you know. He said he was surrounded.
He raised how he came to that surrounding.
No, but look, when the UN repertoire was at Flavor FM, there was no police.
If you can allow me to make a submission.
Go ahead.
Yeah, if you allow me to make a submission, then you will pick the gist of what I'm talking about. The issue was saying he received the information that the Flavor FM has been surrounded, and he did the basic verification of the information. That, oh, are they the police? They gave him information as a journalist. So he posted it the way it was. And then he tried also to reach out to Gesh. And the Gesh was not reached at the point in time. And then his level of assessing the surrounding was, you can send 2 police officers and they can still surround. They have the guns and stuff like that. And how big is the FM itself? Is it like the size of the house? This is just the size of small buildings. If you go to where that thing is, it's about 1 person can surround it, because it's just going to be sticking at the entrance and verify anyone who is coming in. So the issue is the number. When we say surrounding, what do we mean? That is the semantics. But me, I don't want to dodge into the there are 5 people, there are 10 and everything. Because in Zambia, we know that when we say surrounding, it must be maybe more. It's a heavy, like 15, 20, 30 police officers. That is what we constitute to be surrounding. If we saw 3 police officers at a place with guns, that is not surrounding. It's just like the police. I don't have a problem. But there is a major thing that we must be able to answer to. And I want to hear the comment. And this has not been discussed. Is the issue that why did the police go there to start asking about who the reporter is going to speak to? No one has. We are not answering this question. So this question is packed, and then we go now to say, oh, but he said they're surrounding. So when you answer this, go back to this scenario where the police officers go there to find out. 2, it could be 1 police officer. Is that what the police must do? If they shouldn't do that, it's something we must be able to speak to the same way we are speaking about the issue of surrounding.
Right, Danny.
Hello. So, My issue first. I'll start with the last point, then I go to the envoy, the UN envoy. I've always said this. Chanda knows this is my point. I always say this. Exaggeration sometimes leads to misleading people, and this is a problem. Every time Mwamba is reporting, he tends to add some. He like to add some cream to the cake. You know?
And that's all skill.
Yeah, this is a problem. Why didn't he just say there are police people who have gone to this radio station and they're interviewing the people there as to who is going to be interviewed and all that? It was that simple. But for him to say the police station, the radio station has been surrounded by there's heavy actually say there's heavy presence of police at this radio. Heavy presence. Heavy presence doesn't mean one policeman. There's heavy presence of policemen surrounded the radio station. You don't do that. Though his intention was right. Policemen shouldn't have gone there. Shouldn't have gone even to go and find out who's going to be interviewed by her. And that's correct. But now, because of his exaggeration, it lost meaning. And it just, I was telling him the other thing about Nakachinda in Petauke. Nakachinda was slapped. What do they report? He's been shot dead. You don't do that. He was just slapped. And now they report, Nakachinda has been shot. You don't do that. You don't exaggerate to that extent. Just report the way it is, and people get your message. But the problem with the current opposition in Zambia is that they want to exaggerate things. The president has got a heart attack. This is come on, guys. Let's not exaggerate. Let's just report the way things are. Anyway, so Mwamba has that tendency of blowing up things as if it's something so serious. He said there was heavy presence of police at two policemen is not heavy presence. Now, the other thing I want to talk about, the lady, I've confirmed here, she works for United Nations. She has a position there. Her position is United Nations Special Rapporteur for Freedom and Expression. That's her position right now. But she's from Bangladesh originally. She's a lawyer from Bangladesh, raised in Britain, in UK. But she's serving as a United Nations Special Rapporteur for Freedom and Expression. That's a full-time job as from 2020. So she's representing United Nations. So she's going to go back and give them a report. And someone was saying that report will be open. That's what she told the president anyway, that she gave them a synopsis or just the brief things she found. She told them the good things she found and things that they need to improve on. She said those things. And by improving on, because I was listening to that press conference, what I heard was that all the things she was concerned about, the president, the way she answered, she answered her was that all those things are in the pipeline. Actually, they were just about to present those to Parliament. They will be approved soon. We are doing all those things. So her concerns actually were in the pipeline. The government had already started the process of working on those things that she was concerned about. That's the answer I heard from our president. So yeah, that's the thing. So please, when we start trying to analyze this, but all in all, the report was good. That's the bigger picture. The report was good. The only thing is that the president advised her, for example, that it would have been nice if the previous governments were inviting an envoy like her frequently, like every 3 years, to come and do this assessment so that we can have comparative notes to compare how things were in the past 5, 6, 7 years or 10 years. Because the last report was 2006, I think, somewhere there. So
2008.
2008. So the president said, it has been a long time. The previous governments have not invited an envoy like you. I wish we had these invitations, frequent invitations, so that we check ourselves. Because this was what the government wanted to do. They wanted to be assessed and given to see how they're doing in that area. So he promised that they'll be doing this frequently as long as they remain in power. It will not be a long time. They will again invite an envoy like her to come and assess that aspect of human rights. So that's all I have to say. But all in all, the report was, to me, it was a positive report.
But Valentine, Deep thinker.
All right. So here's the problem now about Kazia. Here's the problem. I read that report clearly three times. Well, 4 times, and then I started going back. A lot of things they said they're working on it. There was that was in reference to what was happening in PF. I don't know if you saw that those nuggets. So I'm not going to speak much on that. I'll wait for the final report to make full comments. Now,
No.
as far as Mamba, as you want to go back to Mamba, my position is the same as last week. I don't like misinformation. I don't. But in as long as the constitution or the justice system views misinformation as not a criminal or a case to answer, then it will leave everybody to just give him misinformation. So that means we need to work on somebody. If misinformation is a serious issue, we need to work on that so that if we're going to make it a law to arrest the people that are giving wrong information, then we need that. But just know that those things come back. Whatever law you put, it will get somebody in the future. So laws need to be crafted right so that we don't have misinformation.
Now, deep thinker. Now,
Yes, sir.
first of all, on what the rapporteur has said, like the report has been given. There are things that they've said they are working on, and there are things that she expressed concern, which the UPND government should have actually dealt with the time they came into power. I was reading that, and it is now 4 years down the line. Some of the things they needed to do in the last 2 years. The roadmap is there. Let's see how they are going to actualize what they said they're going to do in the shortest possible time that is remaining. But from where I stand, I don't see that happen. There's so many competing needs, and it's just, to be honest, I'm telling you, I'll come and raise this with you guys, and I will, let's give it 1 year. It's a
Vakazia, can you tell us what your concerns
Can
are?
I finish? Can I finish my? Then you can ask me about it. Why?
I'm with you.
Can you allow me to finish?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead, finish.
So what I'm
No,
saying is,
I'm with you, Vakazia.
hello?
Because any government should be measured by its benchmarks.
Yes. And that is why I'm saying, like,
That's what you're saying.
at times you see government overpromise. At times they overpromise things, and because they want to look good in the eyes of the person that has come, and at times they take off the realistic benchmarks, and they go into this, and then when people come and ask them about what they said they will do, then they switch and start saying something else, and that is what has been causing the exaggeration. Now, coming to the issue about exaggeration and the law, in Zambia, unfortunately, even from the way the UPND was coming in certain things, there were a lot of exaggerations, and you colleagues know here that if we were to open the Pandora's box of what was said and exaggerated, and what was said and something else done, we will end up putting everyone in prison. Because our laws and accountability, we have not done very well. Our laws, in terms of, we at times misjudge a person or mischaracterize a person when asked a critical question. The question will remain seated there, and then we are discussing something else here. Like you are saying, exaggeration of information. What is causing exaggeration? If we do not work with what is the cause of exaggeration and we say we will stop exaggeration, it will never happen. Because we must also be dealing with the causes, cause and effect. But most what we are going to do the effect. The cause, we are not addressing the cause. We are going to do the effect. Now, I'll give a typical example here. If the rule is that if I'm a special rapporteur, the police must never show themselves where I am going to be because I enjoy the immunity that the United Nations work. Remember what the chairperson of the parliamentary committee was saying. He starts to confer immunity on a person in the parliament of the country to say, oh, now I'm conferring with Chapter 12 Cap 12 doesn't exist to her. It doesn't. You cannot give her to say, oh, we will arrest you if you mislead us. You have no such powers whatsoever. You understand? So these are some of the causes and effects that cause people to misinterpret. How can a parliamentarian who is the chairperson of the Legal and Rights Committee not know that a person of the stature of Irene does not need our parliamentary immunity or even a national country immunity? She already has an immunity which is over and above our country. Then he's reminded, and then she just jokes silent, like, oh, joking. But you are reminded to say, I'm above this kind of immunity you want to guarantee. So let's go to the cause of this misinformation, misinterpretation, and this kind of propaganda. It's the way we have been crafting our information on both ends of a deep thinker. On both ends, look at the statements that come from government. Jabo Kawana was on the other day saying, telling people to say, oh, we have given you rights. Then the question that when did you give rights, Kawan? Rights are enshrined in the Constitution. So these are some of the things that cause misinformation. And then when he says that, nobody censures him to say, from the government system, PS, you should never say that because you do not guarantee the rights. The rights are in the Constitution. We look the other way around. Nakachinda is slapped. When he is slapped in Petahuki, we don't talk about his slapping. We go and talk about the PF propaganda, which we are saying that, oh, they said he was shot. No one talks about the slap. What is the effect of slapping this person? Do we now have a law that we should slap each other? That when I'm upset and because I don't agree, so I must slap you.
Biblical.
How can you respond to that one, Bakazi?
It's biblical.
How can you respond to that, Bakazi?
It's biblical. Remember when Boma Lusabo slapped Vachishimba Kambwili Parliament at the grounds of Parliament? Right? Remember? Do you remember that? First of all, okay, hold on. Hold your horses. Do you remember?
First of all, I remember, and this is why we are saying this conversation we are having here. Do we endorse that? Or are we now okay because Bowman slapped Chimbakambwili, therefore Nakachinda must be slapped? Is this the conversation?
No, but that's a different issue. There was a slap, but they are reporting to say never. No, that's different. Why are you reporting like that?
If you are going to interject in the conversation like that, and instead of listening to the point that I'm trying to put across, and then rebuttal from a very rational point of view, those that were slapping each other doesn't make sense.
I wanted to answer that one. So, Bakazi, hello?
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Bakazi. So, slapping anybody is not right. But probably people are not talking about it because if you slap me, it becomes a police issue. That needs to be reported. But misinformation, can it be reported, is my question. I've been asking this question for a while. Misinformation, can it be reported? Slapping somebody can be reported. It doesn't even need to be discussed at the time. When it's reported, then it's reported out.
Misinformation is not a criminal matter. It might be a civil matter. Because you are going to injure a reputation of the person that you've misinformed about. And therefore, because you have misinformed, you may be cited for damages for that person that you raise a matter that doesn't arise. That's the way it works.
And probably that's why it's not talked about, because misinformation, nobody takes you to police. So we won't talk about it because it's burning in our hearts, in our heads. But if you slap me, I already know where you're going. I probably don't need to talk about it.
Yeah, but you see what the issue which I have is that if I ask a question about this matter and then no one answers me, instead we go into this narrative of rationalizing why this has been done without answering the question. My question doesn't go away. It remains unanswered. It doesn't go away. And the
Correct.
problem is, Nakachinda is being arrested
What's your question?
in presence of the police. Nakachinda is being harassed and gets slapped in there. Nobody gets arrested. We have not said that this guy is arrested. No, nobody gets arrested. But they are seeing that happen. And then another person publishes somewhere to say, oh, wait a minute. Nakachinda was almost killed, he was shot at. Then we say, oh, wait a minute. Now we take the conversation around.
They said Nakachinda has been shot.
I'm saying, that's why I'm agreeing with that statement. Nakachinda has been shot.
Alarming propaganda.
Can you listen?
Anyway, I think let's move ahead. Obviously, that was biblical. I'm going to take a page.
No,
So,
I think I need to question this. Do you think the treatment of Nakachinda is right?
No, okay. There's an echo somewhere. I don't know where it's coming from. No.
And Kazia, he doesn't mute himself.
He's got so many gadgets on him.
He's got so many things around him. He has a computer inside.
I have muted myself.
So this is to answer your question about Kazia. Infringement of any Zambian's rights in Zambia is not right. It's not right. So if the police did not act, then Nakachinda needs to take that to the courts of law so that, I'm sure he can sue the police officers that were there. I don't know. But that's a matter that should be dealt with the courts. And in the report to the police, he could say the police were there. So that's how you deal with that situation. Because I can get slapped when all of you are around, and my question is, they just watched me get slapped, nobody did anything. But I still have an opportunity to go and report it.
If you are slapped in presence of the police arrest the person immediately. They don't need a second witness.
But what I'm saying is, if they don't, then that piece will be included in the statement to the police. That's what I'm saying.
The bigger point is not that you must go to. Yes, reporting is one thing. But you see, when this happens, it's the starting point. Fix it first before you go to rush to the misinterpretation of what is going to come out there. Because now you stop talking about this, which you have seen happen. And this kind of behavior is a behavior UPND frowned upon. When we talk about cadreism and stopping cadres from misbehaving in presence of the police, this is what UPND was saying. This should never happen. And for me, they must not let it happen.
So what I'm hearing from you is you don't believe in the police force and you don't believe in the judicial system. That's what I'm hearing. Because if there's an avenue, why not take it?
No, it's not that I don't believe. What I will not believe in them. My belief levels in the judicial system and the police system will be eroded. If someone can come and slap me in the presence of the police and nothing happens, then the police say, no, go and report to police office. I'll have a problem with the police officer like that. Here in Canada,
then you report to the police officer.
Here in Canada, where all of us are discussing, if someone cannot come and slap you if you are wrong, they will arrest that person immediately. They will not even wait for that.
We agree on that, Kazia. What I'm saying is, you are expecting every police officer to be professional. You're expecting every teacher to be professional. If a teacher is not professional, you go and report, and then the authorities will deal with it.
But deep thinker, it's difficult. If what I'm saying is, you ask me a very important question. I will not say that I will not go and report. I'm saying the confidence in the system, my confidence in the police. If I'm going to be slapped in their presence, and then the only thing I'm going to do is go and report. And I gave an example here where we are. You where you are in USA, where I'm here in Canada, where Danny is, where Chanda is. No one can slap you in presence of the police, and the police will be judging you. They will deal with you immediately.
But
So this is what we must be able to do. You know,
but what I'm saying, because what you are saying there is true. They should have acted right there. I agree with you. But the police force has structures that will deal with that person so that everybody learns that if you do this, this is what is going to happen to you for being unprofessional. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, no, but
I cannot spend all the time talking about the police officer who didn't act when I can go to the superior who can discipline this police officer.
and
That's what I'm saying.
in any case, during the European the PF Patriotic Front government, this was a normal day. Okay, those laws were being abrogated left, right, and center. So, like I say, you should be the last person to complain about Kashinda being given a biblical slap like Roman was
I'll
saying.
defend you, Bakazia. I'll defend you, Bakazia. I think Bakazia, since the beginning, what he has been saying is UPND came in power saying that we are going to stop this. So going back to that time, we know it happened. We know what happened there. So Bakazia is measuring UPND by what they said they're going to do.
Yeah,
We
but
measured PF by what
it's
they
not
said
gonna be
they were going
100.
to
It's not
do.
gonna be 100%. Let's be clear. It's not gonna be 100%. Okay, there's no organization that runs on 100% truth or 100%. Like we will going to have a lot of individuals within the UPND government that are going to take or make their own decisions.
Correct.
Yeah. So I mean, in fact, we should be, given a clap, because imagine this: if the president did not say, "Don't go and become unruly or don't promote violence," this country would be like the Congo.
Correct. But I
Okay.
need you to understand Bakazia's point.
No, I understand. I understand this point very correctly.
Bakazia's position is not, I don't think he's PF or N. Bakazia, the way he's talking, I'm aligning that to civil society that condemns any wrong done. Correct me if I'm wrong, Bakazia.
What deep thinker, you see, but at times he misses the point when you are raising them in terms of he wants to personalize them. When you personalize a matter, you cannot find solutions to it. Now, let's say that yes, your PF were beating people, and you should also be
So
beating
we were actually just
you
struggling with the
will be
so
tracked
we
down
had
the
to
same
figure
way.
something out.
That's the point. Unless you're saying that, no, the same way that PF suffered, UPND must suffer that the same. Then you continue on that trajectory. But the point
Okay.
I was trying to say, when you say a person is on his own,
All right, let's move ahead. I think we can never let's agree to disagree. Let's agree to disagree. Well, let's agree to disagree.
people must not be harassed. This is
Okay, fantastic. Since you guys were when the PF government was in power, people were not harassed. Okay, fantastic. That's fine. Now,
you see, you start manufacturing what is not.
let's look at the positives. Okay, let's look at the positives. What has happened? Okay, what has happened? All of a sudden, another 4,000 health workers have been employed. Let's talk about something nice and positive, other than just negative stuff. Another 4,000 health workers have been employed in the health sector, starting from, you can think about it, so many departments, 4,000 in total have been employed. Now, the reason I'm going to this is now, I think I want to tap on what Donald Trump just recently announced. He recently announced that the U.S. government will no longer be providing aid when it comes to ARVs and all these other stuff to African countries. Now, looking at it as Zambia has withstood, we've been, we gained independence since 1964. We've trained a lot of health workers. We've got scientists. Till today, what's going on? Is Donald Trump right to cut off that aid? Or should us as Africans start thinking of, why do we even need the United States of America to give us aid? Is it a give and take? Okay, were they just giving us that aid because they knew that they were getting something in terms of the raw materials that they actually need? Now, can we stand up to the United States or to Donald Trump as Africans, or as Zambia in particular? Can we stand up and say, look, I don't think we need their aid, but they need our raw materials? But Danny, if you can help us discuss this.
First of all, it's what Donald Trump has announced as is as the former Kenyatta. I was listening to Kenyatta the other day. He said it's a blessing in a disguise. It's a wake-up call. I think it's well overdue. We are supposed to have been independent completely of the America's help a long time ago. So it's all right. I think, and Africans, we should now be aware that we are mature enough. We are 60 years old if we're a human being. So we don't need that type of help if you look at it. And there are a lot of some people that actually talk about this quality of the aid we're getting. There are conspiracy theories behind. If you hear that there was that Pfizer regional manager who was fired for sending a batch that was meant for Africa, they distributed in Europe, and he was fired. That's the truth. So some of these things we're calling aid, we're guinea pigs. Okay, so we shouldn't be saying, "Oh, it's aid, it's aid." They're just being experimenting on us. There are some of the conspiracy theories that go around. Why should you fire the regional manager for Pfizer for distributing a medical batch that was supposed to go to Africa, ends up in Europe, and you fire the manager? What's the difference between the batch that was supposed to go into Europe and anyway? So we shouldn't take some of these things as we have to scrutinize. Okay, remember that's one time we were almost being experimented on by GM crops, which had some serious modifications there. Skatana refused, that time, because we discovered something. And thanks to our scientists at that was discovered at Mount Makuru, Bamoro Research, when they looked at that grain. So it's very important that we don't just take everything that some of these developed countries give us and say it's aid, it's aid, it's aid. Some of that is not good aid. Some of it is good, but some of it is not. You are being experimented upon. So I think it's okay. It's time for us to stand on our own feet. We can do some of these things. They are not really that expensive to carry out. We have the resources. If we are just organized, we can do these things on our own.
Fantastic. That's fantastic. Yeah. The deep thinker. Deep thinker, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Oh, go ahead.
I agree with what Badan said, but let me take you back in history. First of all, for almost 60 years, we've depended on aid. Almost 6 years, we depended on other people. It's just like somebody, Kazia, at his age, still calling his parents, his uncle, for money to buy food in his house. That's not right. But here's the catch to what Donald Trump has done. It takes me back to when slaves were being freed in America. The history behind that is that those slaves didn't know anything about anything other than just picking cotton, plowing. That's all they knew.
Mm.
And then all of a sudden you're free. You can go anywhere you want to go. One, you
Mm.
don't have land. Two, you don't have any more skills than just farming. So what happened is some of them turned back and went to their masters,
Mm.
even if they were free, because they
Yeah.
didn't know what to do at that point.
Mm.
They're going to starve because I don't have the skills to get in the industrial revolution economy.
Mm. Mm.
This is what I'm used to, so I'm just going to go back there. I won't be called a slave anymore, but I'm going to go back there. So now,
Mm.
fast forward to now. For 6 years, over 6 years, we haven't put proper infrastructure to take off next year or even this year. So it looks like we're going to have to spend some money to either train or buy some resources so that we can make our own things. The good thing to it, this is that now once we start making our own, nobody's going to come from anywhere around the world trying to test some things on Africans.
Mm.
You know, the COVID virus, just give them free. It's free anyway, so they can't complain even if it kills them.
Mm. Mm.
So now we have an opportunity to make our own and to test them and make sure that our people are safe. Because it is tested, like Vadan said, GM was tested at Mount Makulu, our own. So now this is our opportunity to make our own, but we need a lot of money and resources to get to that point where we are proficient at making our own things. I yield.
Ramashina.
Yeah, like everyone has said, if you read Dead Aid, the book Dead Aid, you will know what it means. I don't know why we create problems for ourselves. Most of the problems that Africa is facing and Zambia is facing are specific, our own creation. We have never believed in ourselves. That's the biggest problem. If we believe in our capacity and we know that we can unite and create value systems and value chains within our resources, this will be not a problem. But until we see that Donald Trump refuses to give us, then we want to complain. I endorse that decision. Actually, I told you here that I support Donald Trump. I was telling you on this platform that I'm a Trump supporter for most of the things. I'm telling you, because you see, he's putting America first. Why should he put you first? And that's where the problem is. It's like we want you are in Zambia and Trump should say Zambia first. Who are you? Who are we to start thinking about that? No, Zambia must come first. My personal experience in the way was when I went back and looked at the government, I put every Zambian first. And this was known clearly. If I'm going to do an inspection, I find someone accusing Zambians, I'll deal with them immediately. I'll not even spare them. I'll not spare one moment. Because I want that country where they're going to run to. We only have Zambians, so the people that are in Zambia cannot run away from most of them. Others, we've got the privilege yourselves, myself here. You know, it didn't take time because my kids were born in Canada, my wife is educated, what. It was just a question of the decision, no, I'm going to Canada, back, I'm out. But what is the most Zambian going to do if we do not sit down and support ourselves as Zambians? We must sit down and say, Zambia first. The resources that are getting in Zambia, the Zambian first. But we have a problem, and the problem is that these people that are coming to invest in our country, the people that are coming to run our system, they want majority control. No matter what we do, no matter how we think, if the country is going to be a minority shareholding in everything that we own, if we get someone to come and finance it, he's getting 51%. We are getting we are done. There's nothing that is going to do to raise our finance education, to finance health, to finance social cash transfer, to finance education and everything else. Even the recruitment that we are talking about, the 4,000, is destined to fail in terms of sustaining it. Because the people that are going to employ are going in the service industry. I have been a very critical advocate. Can we stop this service industry employment? Let's look at what we're going to do to create the value of the money, the value, the revenue to run these systems. We have an ambitious education system that will just at the door there. Everybody, if you ask experts, the technical people, including what we were discussing the other day, is that the financing is inadequate. What are we trying to achieve? We're going to get the money. Because now you find that what Donald Trump has said, another country will say, today you heard Canada has given the territory, they retaliated in terms of taxes that the US has put there. Another country is going to raise out and say, we are cutting aid because we want to keep our own people safe. What is going to lead with that? How are we going to survive ourselves as Zambians if we keep putting the foreigners ahead of the Zambians? The only criminals we have known in Zambia are Zambians. The only criminals right now in Zambia, Zambians, Indians, they are free. Chinese are free. Europeans are free. Everybody is free except for our own people. Our own are the only criminals. They were committing crime alone. Where are the people who are committing crime with it? So that we fix those. In fact, if I was to make a dare proposal here, but that knows my extreme proposal, is that if you go to corrupt in Zambia, we will let the Zambian hold that money and we'll fix you who gave him the money. You will lose completely nothing. The Zambian will go scot free. Because then a foreigner will never come and corrupt another person. Anyone who corrupts, the person who's given money is vulnerable. Thank you, we look the other way. But you who have given him the money, we fix you. This is how we're going to deal with all these foreigners that go in our countries and corrupt our systems, get our resources and do things like that. We do not have the resource base. So Donald Trump is showing us the way that you need to put your systems, your house in order. Zambian first. Let's look at the Zambians and see how we deal with that. So it's a wake up call. I agree.
Well, I think we all agree when it comes to being a wake up call, and I think we all agree to the fact that look, we need to reach at a level where we start producing or manufacturing our own vaccines, because there's no way after, like I said, after all these years, we've been training, scientists, doctors, medical health practitioners for quite a long time, right? But we have not been able to, come up with a solution when it comes to cholera, for example. Cholera, at least now, there's a vaccine for cholera as we're speaking, which is being manufactured. But there's so many ailments, out there that need to be tapped or looked on. I think what we need research centers where you can find the best brains. They sit down and they just sit in an environment where they can just, invent certain things, because like even like all this aid that comes from the United States, like you're saying, to them, what they've been doing is it's more like a test center. Africa has been a test center. They will see which one works, because they may have different variances or different ones, and then they'll say which one worked, and then they pick on that one, and to them it's a plus because they've just discovered something. Okay, so now where are we as Zambians? Who's going to be our test? Are we going to be testing our own selves? Okay, fine. We're going to be testing our own guinea pigs. We're going to be our own guinea pigs, but we need scientists. We need people that can come up and raise their hand to say, look, can the government of Zambia provide certain, finance in the health system for scientists? The time when I remember when what was it? When COVID came up, that time when there was COVID, Okay. One gentleman, he was a pharmacist, and he raised his hand. He said, "Look, I know how to make all these what you call them addition, you know, what the Chinese government was giving us. What is it? Hand sanitizers. He said he knows how to make it. Okay, so he knows how to make it, but he took a proposal to the government to say, I can be able to make this if I was funded. But us as a country, we decided to get free hand sanitizers from China and everywhere else. And it was a dead story from then on. Instead of us, learning from that gentleman, they say, look, if he has that information and technology and understanding how to make it, can we give him the tools that he needs, start manufacturing locally, brand it, made from Zambia, and distribute it across Africa? So we have a lot of intelligent people. We have a lot of people that have ideas and all that stuff. But sometimes certain governments, they look at things like, this is not our priority right now. Our priority is this. You know, that's what I can say about it. But at the end of the day,
Mr. Moderator,
yes, sir.
I think the situation we have is different. It's different when you have a choice and when you don't have a choice.
Mm.
If you are Iswa Kazia says, I can make this curriculum for 15 million kwacha.
Mm.
And then Chanda lives in Botswana and says, I can make the same curriculum for 2,000 kwacha. You have a choice.
Mm.
But when you don't have a choice, you just have to invest. I think that's the point. When
Well,
you don't have a choice, you just have
I
to
think
spend.
what my angle I was saying is this. Do we have individuals in this country that can actually sit down and formulate, okay, an HIV vaccine? Do we have?
May I answer that one? If you are not given an opportunity, you are not going to know that. Right here on this forum, Vakazia is an educator. I'm an educator. Vakazia and I can make a curriculum. But because there's an option there for the people at home to make the curriculum, then they let them do it. But if there was no choice at home, Vakazia and I will be tapped on that one at whatever cost. That's what I'm saying.
So, yes,
so they are there who can make the vaccine. They just don't have the opportunity, I think.
Can I just contribute something there? We have to start believing in ourselves, as Chanda said. We have to start doing that. We have to start believing in ourselves. And Kaunda at one time, that's why Supergen may so rest in peace. I think the great man had a vision for our country, did great. You remember we were buying our uniforms locally, butter shoes locally, this locally. He wanted us to depend on what we, cereal. There was a cereal suits.
Yes. Yes.
Zambians were encouraged to buy their own. I'm told there's one of the clothing factories is still operating in Zambia now. Is that serious or something? There's one.
Serious, but it was closed long time ago. No, I think maybe it must be Lusaka factory or Lusaka, whatever that makes uniforms.
Lusaka something is still functioning right now. Yeah. But anyway, yes, we can do things on our own. But the problem is that, one, we believe that things that are made abroad, outside our country, are of superior quality. That's one big thing, mindset. We should change that. We have to change that. For example, I've just been reading, I don't know whether you saw this thing. There is the mapping of harvesting of rainwater in Zambia, it just came yesterday. The government has published it, that they have given a Chinese company to come to Zambia and do this study for water thing. I have a document. I think I can share it with everybody here. They are coming from China to come to our country to map this damming and collection of rainwater in our country. It's a lot of money. It's a contract that they're going to do. It's starting soon, which is good. We want to harvest this rainwater and make dams and everything like that. But honestly, we have thousands and thousands of civil engineers and road engineers or whatever that know our country. They were born in Zambia, raised in Zambia. They know the landscape of our country. We didn't need to outsource that contract. We didn't need to.
Good point.
Didn't need to. It's the contract for doing the damming for the whole country.
Right.
The document has been released. I don't know how many of you have seen that.
I haven't seen it, but look,
I can send it to everybody. So
coincidentally, coincidentally, I was actually talking to one of my friends here, and I was telling them, like, look, because we were talking about the floods in Lusaka.
Yeah.
And I always say, look, I study history, and the history that I'd be interested in is ancient history. Back in the days when Italy was being built, what they did was they built underground canals to harvest their water. And these tunnels are not just small things. Even a car can it can be there. That's what they did. So when water comes in, it will be in the underground. You don't want to see it in the surface. So they made those tunnels. And I was thinking to myself, like, look, Italy is well known for earthquakes. It's prone to earthquakes all the time. But have you ever seen a building built by Italians that has fallen down? No. It's because of the ingenuity. They understand their landscape. They understand their things. Same thing with us as Zambians. We need to start understanding these things. We don't need the Chinese person to come to Zambia and tell us how the water system works. We see it every day. Okay? Every rainy season is Komboka in Lusaka. And people are laughing at us. But we have engineers that we've been training all these years. There's nobody that's cut. The problem is, as Zambians, we don't want to be patriotic. Because there was a time, in Italy, they called it, in fact, in Europe, it was called the Renaissance era. The Renaissance era brought in individuals with certain talents. The king at that point just made an announcement. If you're good at painting, if you're good at doing this, you're good at this, the government will pay you, bring your best work.
So to cut you short, sorry, moderator.
Go ahead.
I think we need to start from somewhere, believing in ourselves, doing things on our own, and then we move on from there. Because this thing of foreign dependency, this is a statement that has been released by the government to say they have the cabinet has approved the implementation of a 3-year roadmap designing, construction, and rehabilitation of dams throughout the country as water harvesting infrastructure. So, to this Chinese company, to be honest, well, let's be honest with ourselves. We should have done this on our own. I know the Chinese have all the equipment; they can bring all the equipment overnight and do things like that. But we can start slowly. We can start from somewhere. And I think we would have saved more money by giving our contractors.
But you cannot blame the government, because most of the projects done by the local engineers in Zambia have been disappointing, to say the least. Just look at the building society. No, just one example. Building society. Growing up, I used to go by building society almost every day. It was a well-standing building. But when they gave them a contract to review it. And say, guys, give us this project. No, let's finish before you come in. They gave them this project. What did they do? Okay? Right now, it's about to be demolished. Why? Because they didn't do a proper job. And listen, look, most contracts that are given by Zambians, a problem of twakwata gwagu lyonse mwalipanga cement lingira kuba 10 mwasenda mu 5 mwabika be 5, you know, what is it, like, what are we doing?
Can I come in?
Go ahead.
But
Go ahead.
You brought in here, you have actually you are now contributing to a very bad narrative about our country and teaching our Zambian engineers something they didn't do. If I ask you one question, which company, Zambian company, was given that contract to?
What's the question?
You have accused our engineers that yes, when we gave them the building suppliers, they did a bad job. Which company was given that?
Oh, you don't know?
I know
The actual, if I can, here's what I can tell you.
But let me remind you that building project was under NAPSA. And when we talk about NAPSA financing, I know everything because I was permanent secretary director.
Yes, we know that. But who built it?
So you cannot come and claim here that it was given to Zambians. The person who was given, it was a Chinese, by the way. It wasn't the Zambian that worked on that. I have full information and documentation. You cannot come here and mislead people. Don't do that. That is unfair, and that is one of
why? One of the top engineers.
First of all, we must debunk the idea that that project was done by the Zambian engineers. No, it wasn't. That is, first of all, we must debunk that, because if everyone knows that the failure was because of the Zambian engineers, this is what contributes to the narrative of these Chinese and other Europeans coming to get contracts where we should be giving our people. It's when you
I think let's be honest with each other. Let's be honest with each other.
And that's
if it cannot be bad, we need to point it out that so that other young professionals who are coming up, they should pull up their socks. Next time they be given a contract, they should know we need this contract 100%, not 50%.
But the point is, you have started with a very bad opening statement for our people, which is not right, which is not correct.
I'm not talking about our people. I'm just talking about. Here's look. You want to twist it in a different narrative.
No, but
my point is this. This is not the first time that people are complaining about substandard, engineering practices in the engineering department in Zambia.
But
I'm not the first person to talk about it.
You see,
I'm not going to be the last. It's well known. You can go on the internet. Everybody has been saying, like, most of the major projects, if they give local contractors.
The problem, you are cutting me in. You are cutting in and jumping in. I want to follow each other, because there is one thing the deep thinker said, and what Wadani said about ourselves looking internally first. There are people in Zambia, engineering company, that can do a good job. And your response is that these people that have been given have been a disappointment in the past. And I said, and you gave a specific example of the NAPSA. And I'm telling you, that was not given to Zambian engineers. There was a
not NAPSA, building society.
Yeah,
I'm not talking about that.
Yes, the building society was not given to Zambian. I challenge you to say, tell me that company, the Zambian engineers. You see,
I'll send you the information. Don't worry.
I know the information because I have it. And don't argue about that. And please,
Mr. Moderator,
our country move in the right direction. You see, if we have people that can be there could be one Zambian, one engineer Zambia can make a mistake. One Zambian. And the way we classify all our engineers into that one Zambia, One Chinese would make the same mistake. We just single out the Chinese, but then give them another thing because we trust them. We should not do that. When one Zambian engineer makes a mistake, it's not the entire engineers of the country that have made the mistake. It is that one person. And that one person, that is how they will learn. They will learn from mistakes. If they made a mistake on the society house, definitely it is a learning curve. Should that disqualify them? You and us, but I did thinking about that. How many bridges have collapsed in the USA because they were poor done? They are there, you find them. Even here in Canada, bridges collapse everywhere, buildings collapse. But the people abandon their engineers. They don't. They take that as a learning curve and even give them more money to make sure that they learn and do things properly going forward. So we must not be able to demonize our people. This is wrong. I don't support that kind of idea. Me, I want to see.
Well, let's hear from Badani. Badani can come in and tell us what he thinks.
Now that becomes a problem. When your friend is going, let's hear from this. Does it mean I'm talking nonsense here?
No, you're talking space. But the thing is this: I don't want it to be between you and me. Let's hear other divergent views, like you always say, divergent views. Okay? Because if you talk and then I talk, then it's going to be between you and me.
Yeah, but
I want other people to come in.
Yes, you don't interject. You let the person finish, then you take.
Also, I apologize, sir. Can you finish and then let us know?
I'm done. We're done. Can come in.
But Daddy, are you there?
Hello, I'm here.
Yeah. So we just discussed about the efficiency of engineering in terms of Mozambique. We've had so many projects done by local contractors, local engineers that have not been up to par. And my personal thought was like, we need to raise the bar high so that we don't even need China to come and build all these things for us if we raise our bar high. Because in most cases, we've seen most projects, if they give them to our local engineers, they have big or substandard. Vakazia is saying no, there's nothing like substandard. I don't know if you got any insight if you know about that.
I haven't been to Zambia for a long time, but I've been hearing a few projects. For example, there was a bridge near Mass Media Complex, which was so wrongly done. I'm told it was done by a Zambian company. So I don't have a lot of other examples, but I think there are other projects that have been well done. Other than we shouldn't really, what can I say, blow up the few bad projects that have gone that have been cited. One thing about buildings, I know that I've built one building in my life and I've observed it from ground up. One thing about building is materials that you use. If you're gonna say you want to build a road from Lusaka to Chongwe or wherever, and you don't fund it adequately, sometimes you might actually blame an engineer, because if you give him $10 instead of $20, he's gonna build the road according to the budget. And this is the problem we have. We want things, but we don't want to spend. That's what I realized. One of my friends is an engineer. He owns an engineering firm in Zambia. Chanda Kazia knows him as well. He tells me the same thing. When I tell him that, my friend, what's happening with these roads and all this, he said, Danny, we build according to the budget. If someone gives you $10 instead of $20 to build something, you build the $10 road. So we have to be very careful here. It's not that our engineers don't know what to do. Sometimes, again, we can't go around the corruption thing and all that. People are not funding these projects adequately, and the engineers are doing with what they within the budget that they're given. So let's not just blame the quality. I know our engineers are. I know Zambia's institutions, University of Zambia in particular, it was a top. I don't know about now. It was one of the top university in terms of training of their graduates. So we are performing, some of us all over the world, because we are products of UNZA. We're very proud. And I know my engineering friends are very, very good engineers. Wherever they can go, they will perform. But I think we shouldn't blame them when we see some of these projects that are substandard. It's all about the budgeting and the material that we put in there. If the minister or whoever gives you a project gives you less money, the material is going to put in will be less, and the product will be what. But anyway, coming to our belief in our system, I think we can start somewhere. And of course, let's look at the quality as well. And the president has emphasized every time that we're going to give. That's why I'm a little bit disappointed to hear that this project of damming Zambia has been given to this Chinese company, because I know my president said this: we're going to give you Zambians these projects. He has emphasized this over and over again. But he said, we want you to deliver quality in timely manner and within the budget. And I don't know whether this has been followed through in this case, because this is a huge project for damming and the whole country. And the 3 years, I think we can try our people to do this. I'm a little bit disappointed. That's my disappointment. I really wanted somebody to hear. I wanted to hear that 7 Zambian companies have been given a contract to do the damming of this rainwater and all that around the country. But to see that statement from our government spokesman, Cornelius Muetwe, to say we've given this Chinese company something, China Power, it's called China Power. They're going to do this project to harness damming, all this harvesting, whatever around the country. I'm disappointed. That's my own personal view.
Yeah. In fact, talking about China Power is in fact one of the biggest companies that was engaged.
Yeah.
And going to invest a lot of money in Zambia. Actually.
Okay.
Yeah. But anyway, the deep thinker.
Yeah, but I think I'm with Bakazia. We have never done. We have to have faith in our own trained personnel. We have to. Because I've seen, I worked in South Africa, and I'm here in the US. I have seen Zambians that were underappreciated in Zambia, and they just shine like bright stars out there. So let me come back to teaching, because that's what I'm used to. I'm familiar with. If you have a child, Bachanda, and you hire me to teach your child and pay me, if I don't involve your child in the learning, then I'm the one doing the learning, and when I leave with the learning. These Chinese that we're bringing to do some projects, I don't have much problem with that. We have to include the Zambians so that they can work side by side, so that they can learn from each other. Zambians have some skills that they can share with the Chinese, and Chinese have some skills that they can share. So if it's an issue of insurance, to say, if I give this contract to Zambians and it's not done well, I don't know if something happens, I don't know where we're going to get the money for insurance. So I'm just going to hire the Chinese, so that if something happens, they can foot the bill. But the thing is, if we have that colonial mentality of hiring people from outside without training our own, or without partnering our own with those people we're bringing in, what's going to happen is when they leave, those people leave with the roadmap. And when they leave with the roadmap, we got to start all over again, because we didn't have anyone to see how that was done. So that is counterproductive. So we have to believe in our own people. Are you?
That's look, I agree with everybody, but the thing is this: I think you're not understanding what I'm trying to say here. I agree with everybody. I agree with what everybody's saying. My point is this: we need now, where we are right now as Zambia, to be at a level where we're able to do our own things without bringing in foreign investors or foreign engineers or or foreign contractors, right? Now, look at this. Singapore, if I was reading a book, you know, what they did is this. They sent out young professionals all around the world, believe it or not, including Zambia, to study how things are done. Because in the 60s, Zambia was one of the top-notch, well-performing economies in the world. At one point, the Zambian, pound was equal to the US dollar. So they sent certain individuals to come and learn. How are they doing it? What's going on? What are we not doing right? Yeah? They got that information and took it back. Look at where Taipei is, look at where it is, and everybody and all the people. Like they are in the leading, technology in terms of clothing factories. They've surpassed us. They were looking up to us in the 60s, but now we are looking up to them. That includes even China. China was one of the poorest countries in the world. But China, what they did was, when Chairman Mao shook, Kenneth Kaunda's, he told him, like, look, us, we're going to concentrate on agriculture. That's it. There were no minerals. They were not talking about minerals in China or anything else. It was all about agriculture.
So what's your problem with Zambia then? I'm confused.
All right, okay.
Help me out.
Here's the thing. We have not concentrated in terms of, because we were talking about, investing ourselves or technologies in, becoming to be able to be sufficient or not rely on the United States when it comes to ARVs. Can we make that our own? Can we start making that? Do we have our own scientists? Okay.
So may I jump in, Bachanda?
Oh.
I think about Dan, what he's saying is we need to believe in ourselves. If you remember, there was a Sondash formula. I don't know if you remember that.
Yeah, now you're talking.
There was a Sondash formula.
Now you're talking.
But because we do not believe in our ability to come up. Sometimes we don't believe in our ability to come up with some things. It doesn't mean we don't have people with the brains. They don't just get the opportunity. Like Badani is saying, he's disappointed that this project was given to Chinese when we have Zambian engineers. So the statement from the minister does not mean that we don't have Zambians who can do the dams. They just didn't get the opportunity. I think that's what Dan is
doing a dam is one thing, but doing it correctly is another thing.
But you see, that's again not believing in your own people. You believe that the Chinese, the ones you don't know, are going to do it.
Here's the thing, Mdala. What I want to see is our own engineers to come up with a project, and it becomes a model, and from there to be a standard, and then we say, okay, fine. Because I'm telling you one thing, like everything that's ever done by the local contractors has been substandard.
Remember what Dan said, resources. If you give me 200 kwacha and say build this house.
But if I can jump in and interject you.
Yes.
This is where, for me, this is where I will beef with you on this. It's because even when we try to attempt to tell you to say, the only way even anyone wins on these high engines is by being part of it.
Yes.
And also making mistakes and learning from the mistakes.
Correct.
You understand? Now, if you're going to take the Zambian engineer, like, everything they touch is going to be problematic, And then because of one negative experience that we have seen, therefore now all the engineers are thrown into that. Like they all make that mistake. It's not right. So this is why I'm saying this particular project should not have been given to the Chinese, should have been given to the Zambian. And one of the things that happens is if you give to the Zambian, he can contract the Chinese. He will be the lead. And that is how you make money within your country. Give it to a Zambian, he's going to be the one to contract the Chinese, and they're going to agree on the terms. But then when you give the lead to the Chinese, and then you're expecting the Zambians to be just employees there. Because what you are expecting is that when the Chinese will come here, because of also our restrictive immigration work permit provision, there will be a lot of Zambians that are going to be employed. The whole thing will be done by Zambians. Trust me, they'll bring maybe 10, 15, or if it is a project, they bring 60 Chinese, but maybe there will be 2,000 people employed there. They'll all just go with a salary. And by the way, all the projects in Zambia run that way. There will be labor issues that will come afterwards. Because these are the projects that are there. If the Zambian is going to land this mammoth project worth maybe $1 billion, let the money be with the Zambian. He's going to even grow the economy, is going to expand. But then when you give this kind of $1 billion you give the Chinese, the only money that remains in the salaries. It's not the money for the investment and the growth of our country. No, we will remain with the dams, but we will also have the issue just with the jobs. That's all. The bigger money where it matters, we would have gone capital flight. And by the way, this money runs in Bank of China. The only thing, we have
okay, that's good. I agree with what you're saying. But I'm going to say one thing. And therefore, Yangakurama engineers, Zambian engineers, can you sort out the issue of flood in Osaka? That's the project we're going to give you. Since
are you going to
no. Listen to this. Let's be clear on what we're doing. Okay? Me, I want standard work. Can we come up with a solution? Okay? Coming from local Zambian contractors. But in fact, here's the thing. Let's even not go to the engineers. Can we give it to the University of Zambia, the engineers that have been trained there? Can they come up? The problem, you're not understanding my question.
I think we do.
They are being simplistic, Bachanda. You cannot go and give them the money to do what you are saying they should do.
No. The money, if the government is going to bring a foreign country to do this project for billions of dollars, why not invest that money in engineers or students from the University of Zambia? Okay?
That's what we're trying to tell you. Bachan, I don't care. You can give Zambian engineers whatever kind of money. Those of us that are in education understand that it's not the mistake that you make. It's what the lessons learned from those mistakes, because we grow from making mistakes. Now, if we don't give Zambian engineers a chance to do something because they will make mistakes, we're not going to develop. How many times, Kazia, did you make mistakes in the classroom and learned from it and made you a better teacher?
No.
Can I jump in there, please? You've just mentioned a very important thing there. Let me give you a very typical example of me, where I am here as a veterinary doctor in Zambia. When I graduated, there was need to have a veterinary drug supply company. The veterinary services were just being privatized and people were building clinics and all that. There was an opportunity to start an agro, what do they call it? Agro something business, veterinary agro business. The government of Zambia spearheaded they gave in showgrounds there. There was a room which they said we need a centralized veterinary supply company. We lobbied at that time, some of us wanted to start that company. That company was given to a Belgian guy. And that is livestock services you know today. That would have been owned by Zambian. Livestock services. It started in my eyes. And imagine if that contract was given, that opportunity was given to a Zambian to start that. There was money given by the EU to start. That time it was trying to start that type of business. And imagine if a Zambian government had given a Zambian veterinarian to start that thing. All the livestock services, I know that now is huge in Zambia. That would have been owned by a Zambian, but it was given to a foreigner, a Belgian guy. So these are the things we're talking about. Let's start giving our people opportunities. And in the end, Zambia is going to benefit. But to always give these contracts to foreigners, it's not right. Thank you.
Well, I think I hear what you're saying, and to me, my point is, I want to make sure that as a Zambian, we should not just be complacent with what's been happening in the last 60 years. We need to come up and raise our hands up, because
we haven't been given an opportunity as Zambians. That's my view.
I don't know about giving opportunity. I think opportunities have been there. But when opportunities have been given, and then you put up substandard work, how are people going to start if you are next job?
You are making one mistake. You are not listening to us. What we are saying is that mistakes will be made by the Zambians themselves. They will be made, but it's not everybody who makes the mistakes. If everybody has been given a chance and everybody has made a mistake, and then you come to the conclusion to say, we will not give them, it is understood and it makes perfect sense. But you cannot go and clamp the entire engineering fraternity by one mistake done by two engineers. And then you say, no, when you give Zambians the chance, they mess up. One project. So the change must be given to the people. People have learned. Zambia, if
you talk on the mic, and we can't hear you. You're going in and out.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
Go ahead.
Clear now. I think you have so many bad gadgets.
There are no gadgets that are there. It's just on the phone that is there. There's no other gadget.
It is connected to
Banan. But that problem nakati ngabale bale dira panani apa bale ucha barbecue bale ndana pa phone become a very big problem. So Bachanda, the point is that one bad experience from one section of engineers should not denote the general. Imana mwe ramping ama engineers was into one or two people that made mistakes on their projects. And then for me, I'm telling you, and like what Deep Thing is saying, we are the educators. How many times have people been made mistakes and they're given a chance? Even here in Canada, where we are, we've seen people making mistakes. But they're never going to say, oh no, because the Canadians have made mistakes, let's get Zambians to come and do the work here. Even in America, they make mistakes and they just change the contract about pay work. And they're thinking, you're thinking, is the thinking that every foreigner entrepreneur is looking for, so that they jump into the opportunities of countries. You're really thinking that, oh, but these guys will do substandard, and they convince our Zambian people who must stand up for our Zambian people. When are we going to learn to say, it is part of the process? We must give them again so that they perfect. Because contracts to do this. When are they going to learn? They're never going to learn.
Yeah.
Okay. The entire country. Okay, why don't you give the Chinese that one come central province? And then northern province come as Zambians. One province or two provinces. The rest of 8 provinces are going to give to the Zambians. And then you give the entire country to the foreigners. How? Just how? When I am with Chanda. These are
Okay.
things that we've made
So,
out.
okay. Let me just clear my what I'm thinking of my vision. My assertion or what I'm trying to contribute right now, it does not mean to injure. Okay? So this is a disclaimer. The civil engineering scientist or anybody else. What I want to do is I want to
You want to injure them right now.
can you mute yourself, Makati?
Can you say Java?
No, can you mute yourself?
I'll mute, yes. But don't start by saying I don't want to injure. That is exactly
No. Just mute yourself, and then when I finish, you can come in. So, what I'm trying to do, I'm not trying to, condemn civil engineering, condemn the practitioners, all these other even scientists and health workers and everybody. No. What I'm saying is this: can we have top-notch people that the current government, can pick on? Say, let's build a modern standard building. Okay? Findego House is well known to be one of the tallest building in Osaka. But when was Findego building built? Who built Findego House? What other infrastructure do we have to speak about that's going to be built on local people? Something that's going to start from the ground and to the top, and then we can point and say, this is the civil engine. This is what we're doing here. Okay? Like I was giving you an example. The Renaissance era in Europe, when it came about, people came up with brilliant ideas. The best people came up and gave the best works. And that's why we have all these, historical buildings and historical things. When it comes to art, it's something else. That's the level that's what I want us to reach. I'm not condemning. I want us to raise our level.
May
I
I
want
come
us
in,
to,
Rajanda?
just a minute before I finish. I want us to reach a certain level where we as Zambians can have something to point at. We did that. It's going to stand for the next 100 years. Can somebody tell me which building Lusaka you want to say? Okay? Apart from Findoka House, which is dilapidated. Who can come right now and say, we've built this modern structure and it's going to stand for the next 50 years? Please, that's what I want to. These are challenges. I want us. We don't want to be second guessed. We want to be best in the continent. Okay, that's not just no. Let's bring the best out of each other. That's my point.
May I come in?
Go ahead.
Rajanda, you have a valid point. We understand your point. That point is critical, and we need that. But what we're trying to say to you is that the common Zambian, who is even more highly qualified than a Chinese that is brought, is not given an opportunity, or when they are given an opportunity, they are not funded right. So if they're not given an opportunity and they're not funded right, then you're not going to see the buildings that you're looking for. That's what our point is. So you don't, Bakazia is not happy because you're talking about engineers instead of talking about the people funding. Because we have qualified engineers that are not funded. We have some Zambians that are skilled. When I'm driving in Zambia, I don't take my car to a dealership. I take it at a corner there where they fix it, and it works very well. There's a skill that can be tapped if that person at a corner fixing my car can be given an opportunity to go to school and open a dealership. But they don't have, we're saying they don't have that opportunity because that opportunity is given to somebody else who's not going to do right by us. And yet we've neglected the Zambian who could do right by us if he's well funded or given an opportunity. That's all we're saying.
No, okay.
Right back as here. But
Yeah,
then,
that is so true. I don't know what this thing can say. The question you raised is very critical. But when we flip the question, the answer will come that there is nobody. Because the same question we say, which Zambian engineer has been funded to the extent, first of all, given a project to say build this, and funded to the same extent of the building that is looking for, and it's never delivered. Now, in case you may wish to know, the Mosotunya, the Radisson Blue Mosotunya, which is an icon of a hotel in Zambia, the lead engineer, the lead consultant there was Engineer Mushinge in Zambia there. And he contracted Stella Foot from South Africa. Now go there and see that marvel. It was properly funded, $99 million. Nicely done to specification and everything done. If you go there, you see, you will never come and say what you're saying there. Because it was funded right and it was delivered 3 months ahead of schedule. So we have an example of what a Zambian has done because they've been financed right. Not shortcuts.
Oh, hold on. You're talking about what I'm talking about the airport. You said
Mosotunya living right on hotel, the hotel which is on the banks of the Zambezi River between the
Mosotunya Hotel.
No, Radisson, yes, Radisson Blue on the junction of.
Oh, Radisson. Okay, because they're talking about Mosotunya Hotels, like that doesn't exist anymore.
I am the one who started that project, and it is there. It was during my time. I went there for ground and we supervised that thing there. If you check at the junction of Maramba and the Zambezi River, at the junction there is.
I know where it is. That's where it is. I lived in Livingston for some years.
Yes, but it is there right now. I think you haven't seen it before. If you have not been to Zambia the last 2 years, you will not find it there. You will not. It's about 3 years or so. It is there. It was funded right, and it was completed ahead of schedule. You see, the problem is that when it involves a foreigner, we fund right. Everything is funded right and everything else. When it involves a Zambian, we want to have cuts and shortcuts. And then we want them to deliver to the same extent like we funded right. No. So if you want to see what the Zambian engineers can do, there is one that is stuck in Livingston right there. You can go online and check. You will see.
You are telling me the Radisson Blue was built by Zambians, purely Zambian company. That's what they said.
Did you hear what I said?
I must.
First of all, because I had less that. Did you hear what I said? If you didn't, I'm going to repeat so that you hear. What I said is the following. The owner of the project was Zambian. Then he contracted a foreign company to come and build. Ultimately, the person who delivered that project is a Zambian. Now, when you from China, Chinese corporation, Zambia, if you are done by the neighbor, if you are deep think about the neighbor, let the Nama Zambian to be ahead. So at young Chinese is a Lebumba Nama Zambian. Not just a pay, come Chinese.
Okay, I think problem is apamule suna namu pusako for ndefo kulanda. Moreni vadani va deep thinker na va machine if on the land ine therefore company purely owned como Zambian walalanda tino va Dani Chanda Constructing Company vaimya building from the ground vapanga start real building not vakwata fe contract because kwata contract vengi vakwata ma contract. Okay, and then I can employ other people. They can come and then they can even buy my contract. But therefore, I am engineer. No, that's what I'm engineer. They start making it. Everybody panga standard, Zambian standard, purely from ground level until you have a project. No kupera ma papers ku government at what point.
Can I chip in there? Okay. Can I chip in there?
Go ahead.
What you've said doesn't start from zero to whatever. If you give Engineer Lupambo a project today, another one next year, another one the other year, in the next 15 years, it's going to be so big, a real estate developer, that you'll be building those Findecos you're talking about. An engineer doesn't wake up in the morning today and build Findeco just because it's an engineer. It requires a lot of resources. And for somebody to build a resource, to start building those big Findeco houses, he needs to start being given small projects. And within 15, 20, 25, 30 years, we're going to be a huge Zambian real estate development. But we're not giving engineers this opportunity to build capital, to build muscle, to start building. So this one, let's start giving them now. And in the next 15 years, they'll start building a Findeco like that, using their own. But right now, there's no engineer say they can come 20, 30 of them, then they have capital to start building a Findeco, because we haven't given them an opportunity to raise capital. So we need to start giving them these projects now, and with time, they'll build their muscle is going to build up. And within 15, 20 years, those guys will be huge, that they'll be building buildings around the city. That's the way cities grow. The investors, they become real estate developers. We need real estate developers. When you hear real estate developer in these countries like Canada, these are family companies, consortiums, but they have their own money. They build and then they rent them out. They build another one, they rent it out. But we are not going to have that if we are not giving our engineers small projects to build their capital to become huge real estate developers. That's what we're talking about here.
And in that 15 years, the age range for the people developing that project will range probably from 20 to 65.
Yeah.
That means generational skills are being passed on.
That's the way you build millionaires in your country. You start build them from scratch. You give him one project, he has $500,000. Another project, now we have $2 million in his wallet. $5 million. Then you have $100 million within a short period. Then now he'll be proud. If you're from Chongwe, he said, I'm gonna build a building in Chongwe. I come from Chongwe Secondary School. I'll build. That's my hometown. That's how real estate developers do. And then that's the way you develop. But if you don't build our own people to be so powerful economically, we're not gonna be. Buildings are not built by government; they're built by individuals.
Correct, funders.
Yeah.
And just to add on like for instance, engineer Lupam is my brother-in-law. He's married to my first cousin. He is worked. He built infrastructure in Swaziland. He built in South Africa. He built infrastructure in Kenya. Constructing government things. Back in Zambia, and then we start to overlook. I don't know if you have experience. How much have we given that kind of a person huge project? You find him telling subcontracting now. He's the one who becomes a subcontractor. The guy goes to work, then he goes to him and subcontracts him to finish. And then he finishes at a supersonic speed. And then we give the glory to a Chinese because now it has been done. So we need to change our mindset and say a Zambian comes first. When a Zambian comes first, people feel it. We will not be explaining ourselves and justifications here. The Zambians are going to kill it.
And that's what Trump is
Okay.
doing, America first.
Yeah, yeah. You know, Zambia first is something that we need to embrace. In fact, me, I embrace it 100%. F1 data and delay. That's the reason why I'm talking about this. That's the reason why I'm bringing these issues up. Okay. Now, I'll give you. I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example. If we not to pama flats built by the government, we call them government flats. Now, the first people that built those flats were Italians. The same type of project. After the Italians, they built it. I think they built one where I was living, and then the other one was built in Long Acres. I think there were about 2 or 3. The rest, because they were working with the local engineers. So the local engineers sort of duplicating or the same kind of structures. Later on in the years, when they built those structures, they started looking dilapidated than those structures that they were built by the Italians. You see what I'm saying? So I'm saying, look, if we're going to invest in our engineers, can we please go and get the right information in the right technology, get the right people in the right classes, so that when they come and build it, it will be at the same standard, international standard. Okay? So that look, flight have you ever seen those flights?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how those flats are?
Yeah, I own one there.
Look at how they're looking like.
Yeah, I own one right there.
Okay, so now go and take a walk. Parabama flats just opposite Nipa. Look at how those flats look like.
Mm-hmm.
Very big difference.
Correct.
Very big difference.
But I don't know if you're understanding what you're saying, though.
Those flats opposite Nipa are older than Yarama flats Yamuka Wata. Standards. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about standards.
But I don't know if you're understanding what we're saying. I can be highly qualified teacher, but you put me in a school where there's no chalk, there's no labs, no nothing. What am I going to do? That's what we're saying. You have to fund those engineers. It's not the fault of the engineers that they're not building, because they need some funding. Somebody got to put money. So if you are going to blame the people that have the money investing in Zambia, that I'm with you on that one. But if you are going to put it on our engineers that are highly qualified, as I know, that's where the problem for me is. If you make a separation,
so it's all about the money. So people are not, properly funded.
Pardon me?
Engineers in Zambia are not properly funded. That's what you're saying.
No, what I'm saying is that I can graduate with a distinction at UNZA as a math teacher. But they put me at Kazungula Secondary School. There's no chalk, there's no running water, there's no anything. Kids are just coming in, there are no textbooks. You're asking me to perform wonders.
Okay.
So you can't say I'm not highly qualified. I just don't have the resources. So I need somebody to invest in the school so that I can tap and develop the students. That's what I'm saying. I'm highly qualified, top of my class.
Yes.
But I'm put where I cannot function. There's no running water. I have to go 5 miles to get water to bath in my house. The conditions under which I'm working, and nobody's recognizing that I'm a highly qualified person. They just want me to perform. That's what Dan was saying, to say it's over 15 years, but you have to empower people to invest. So to come out and say our engineers are substandard, that's where Bakazia is
No, no, no.
upset now.
And I didn't say they are substandard. I was saying the work that they've been producing so far is substandard.
But
Not the same.
can I ask you
They,
a
they
question?
may have, they may have, like you're saying, all the degrees and all the qualifications.
But
But
I have to ask you a question. You are saying the work they produce is substandard. Do you know why they are producing substandard work?
well, I'm just listening to my think I want to say.
I tell you to say, but to stop that from happening, can you provide an environment
Correct.
that stops them underperforming?
Mhm.
If you don't get that environment, then under there, you are just wasting time. Create an environment that makes our engineers perform properly.
Yeah. If an engineer is building a bridge where the bricks are getting stolen, the cement is getting stolen, and then you come around that this engineer doesn't know how to build, that's unfair.
No, but here's the thing. I usually find this hard to understand. Mwalasa Angati, like a bridge, like you said it. Bapela, a local contractor to build a bridge, right? And then maybe after rainy season, the bridge is washed away.
That means you're
Now,
missing our point. They're not given the
no, I
resources to make a
haven't
strong
finished.
bridge.
No, I haven't finished. But and then
You have started shooting in the wild,
no, but I haven't. Tunapusha na kulanda. Kwani wao mliazwa mtarapusha na point. So here's the thing. And then Chinese bamupera iraine project ili. Araipanga wino.
Is it with the same funding?
Same amount of money. Same amount of money. Chinese yena takwete nshita yako yakunganda mkwita naita vati nisha waka ku China ndi muno Mozambique. Ala bomba 24 hours chadi ala making sure if don't feel wino bridge yala wino. But if we've got a laser stay attitude when it comes to developmental issues. That's my thing is.
Vachanda. You see, only the three of us, the four of us that are having a conversation, we have tried to say, if you're and you're missing the bigger picture of the conversation.
Okay, what's the bigger picture?
How many projects? Because you're using one singular to denote the general. And that's why you're missing the point. You are using one isolated case and you denote the general. For a successful Chinese project, one. Do you know how many times the Chinese have constructed things and they've fallen? To the point that abantu bale pangana mafani, ultimately asa upa Chinese afya basa Chinese tafikosa basa mwana afya. That is also part of the things that have been in Zambia. So,
example in me.
That is an isolated case. Don't use one isolated case to denote the general.
Correct.
You will be disadvantaging your people. Your mind is not decolonized.
So I think Vadan explained this very well. There are a lot of factors that go in this infrastructure. You bring the Chinese, you give them a time frame to say here to here, then you have to provide all the materials because there's a time frame. But then you hire a Zambian, he's not going anywhere. Sometimes they show up at the job, there's no cement. And then when they go home, you want to blame them. At the same job, a Chinese is given more respect than a black person, a Zambian. There are a lot of factors that might, if you have a point, there are other factors that are to be considered. I'm not saying this is happening, but I'm just think about the factors that go in putting up this infrastructure. It's not just an engineer. There's a planner there. Sometimes it might be the fault of a planner.
Mm.
You know, I don't know. I don't know.
I did think, you see, this is how we have disadvantaged our people, because we are very harsh at judging ourselves, and
Correct.
we judge others with very kid gloves. And the people that we judge with kid gloves are aware that this is how we feel. This is how we feel about our own people. So they are ready to actually exploit our people, because imagine if we can spend 1 hour here trying to convince our friend who is Zambian to say Zambians must be first in this thing. These are some of the challenges.
No,
What about if a Chinese is listening to our conversation here?
no, 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 no.
We are just
I think we're missing
getting pushed. You see, we are just arming those that are we are part of the people arming those that are in Canada listening and saying, oh, actually this is how these guys do. Even people that are in Canada don't trust themselves.
no.
Give Dan a chance too.
But Danny, you can come in.
Okay, what's the next topic?
So the next topic is, of course, we got the issue of flood and cholera,
Mhm.
and it also builds into what we've been talking about.
Yeah,
Because,
floods. Yeah.
you know, and to me, I'm like, look, floods have become like a national ceremony. It's like a convoca every year. Murusagama floods.
Yeah, especially in Lusaka.
Okay.
We all know the problem.
Every year.
So these are the things I was saying, and I was trying to build on, but it's a little unfortunate. Maybe I'm saying it wrongly, but look, according to me, if into even other cultures in other countries, how they've dealt with these issues. Yeah, it's because they've brought in special engineers to deal with issues like this. Now, I gave an example of Italy. Italy, today, Iria Shiriyama floods. Because at one point they were at a situation where we are. They made underground tunnels. Okay? And these are marvels right now. They're like monuments. You can go there and watch them, just like, you see what I'm saying? But from Iriashi, in fact, there are two things. Vagarin Hombo is talking about an issue of bringing Amenshi from the northern sector and build a channel that's going to, deposit Amenshi Mukariba. To me, I'm thinking like, look, that's a very ambitious, statement or ambitious idea. Personally, I do not agree with that one, because I think we're just going to waste money. The money that we're going to use to do that, let's use it in the northern circuit and build more mini hydro stations. Because if we have, like, look, how many hydro stations are in the northern circuit? And how far is the northern circuit from the copper belt, which is our binding sector? So if we have so many mini hydro stations in the northern circuit, in the northern circuit, in Florida, local, all the time, rain is not a problem. In Lusaka, in Flanga local, Campa floods like the way it's been happening, Kokanyama, and all these other places. I mean, that's what I was saying. Like, look, can we have engineers or can we have students that can come up with the plan? Okay, that can say, look, if this happens, this is what we need to do. Own grown solution. Tukwatiko feko solution yezofika kwebati. In fact, students from the University of Zambia, they just come up and say, look, this is how it's going to happen. Tukapanga so, tukashita so, and the government of the day fund that project. I want our local people to gain and at least earn their money while being brilliant. Other than a formula that we're going to contract them Chinese and all that stuff, but the issue of Shimurusaka and floods has always been there and it's going to continue for the next 100 years if we don't really find a solution for it. This is the time that we need to say, put up a post to say, look, who can come up with an idea that's brilliant, a Zambian person that's brilliant to solve this solution? And the government is going to support your brilliant idea 100% and give you all the necessary money and support. Because there's nowhere, if you take anything Mozambique, to send that man, how far is it from Lusaka to Kafiwe or to Kariba? How far is it? Other than from the northern section, which one is near? Can we make a channel from Lusaka to there, other than a channel from northern section?
All right. Namkwa.
That way.
The hydropower stations in the world are a thing of the past. That is the Roman Empire technology. We no longer talk about that now. There are better, cheaper, efficient methods of producing power. And when the government was coming in power, when you're in opposition, they were really clear on that. They were going to promote green energy, and green energy is a thing of the day now. By the way, hydropower station generators, those big generators, whatever they call them, turbines, whatever, they are no longer in production. If you start going into hydropower station now, you have problems with actually just having spare parts to maintain them, because nobody produces those anymore. So let's not go there. That's going in a reverse gear. Need to know reverse gear. Let's go forward. Going forward, everyone is going into solar, everyone is going into wind power and all that type of thing. We are gifted again. God has given us every day, at least you see Akasuba Mzambia. There's no day that passes 365 days without sunshine somewhere. So we need to go that way. And I know initially the solar panel things were very expensive to set up. I have a city here in Puerto Rico, the city of about 2 million people. The whole city, I don't know how many households are there. The whole city is powered by solar panel of 2 million people. The whole city. There's a huge solar farm by the ocean there. They have put solar panel. The whole city is green energy. So, and since they started doing, the city, by the way, is called Bayamont. You can Google it online. It's fully powered by solar panels. It's a huge land. They put these power solar panels, and the city is green, and it's cheap. It's cheaper than what they were doing before. They were using diesel generators and all that type of thing. But now it's cheap. So let's go solar. I think that thing of talking about making more hydro thing. Let's use that water for irrigation and all that type of thing, but not to start going backwards. I think talking about hydropower stations is not a good idea. Now, talking about drainage in Lusaka, there are two things. By the way, the underground sanitation tunnels that are in Roman times and all that type of thing, even now in these huge cities like Toronto, that's what they're doing. Drainage system, you don't see water running on top. They are underground. They'll put these big tunnels underneath. but you have to do it before the city is built. So if we are talking about Lusaka drainage system, underground drainage system cannot be done now. It's too late. We should have done when we were planning to build Lusaka then, the way they have done it in Nigeria. And Nigeria, Abuja has underground tunnels. So they planned ahead. Drainage system is underground. So you do that before. The Romans did it before they built the cities. They built those tunnels underneath before they built the actual cities. So we are late. Why is there drainage problem in Lusaka? It's because we had so much. By the way, the city of Lusaka chief, what do they call it? Town planner, is my personal friend. She's my personal friend. I know her, and we discuss these things. She's a chief at the city chief planner. I know her, and she tells me these stories. One, we had for a long time. By the way, Lusaka was planned well. The initial planning was planned well. We know where the water, how the topography of the whole city is known very well. The maps are there to show the topography of the city, how water drains and flows when it rains like this in Lusaka. And these compounds, Kabata, Chilenje, whatever, they were constructed they were put in strategic places. And areas between these cities, for example, the area between Kabwata and Mises, I mean Kabwata and Mises, that's a drainage area of the city. But I'm told now the whole area there, they have disregarded it. They have put homes. They are homes now. Between Kabwata, that's Kamwala Secondary School and Mises, is all connected. That's a drainage point for water in Lusaka. And there was a space there between National Assembly and Unza, Kalingalinga and Unza there. That's a drainage point for water. And we saw yesterday the whole that area behind showgrounds was flooded. Why? Because no one used to build there. But now with all this political stuff, all the chairmen were giving plots and everybody disregarded the original plan of the city of Lusaka. They started building anywhere. So basically, that initial plan for the city has been disregarded. All the areas that were left, there was a reason why they built Yunza and left that space and built Kalingalinga there and here in Kaunda. There was a reason why they left that area for drainage. But people have come in and built everything. If they put drainage when they were building in initially, like those underground drainage system, it would have been better. But nobody thought about it. They were just building homes. They were just putting, the chairman will give you a plot, you build. Put a wall fence, build. So Lusaka right now has lost its initial plan of water drainage. Even the roads, the way they were planned, the roads were supposed to be running in certain parts. They are all over the place now. So that's the biggest problem we have. Now, how are we going to solve this problem? The way we can do it is basically some people have to be compensated. We have to go back to the drawing board and see which one were the original topographical drainage patterns of the city. And I know people have they built buildings there, but if possible, let's compensate them and put those drainages back into where they're supposed to be. I mean, one of my sisters has built a house in one of the compounds, and she was given that plot by a chairman, whatever. The whole house this past week, vanatikwiza vachanda, vanatikwiza one of the kama compound house kabo. The water filled in the house and it was coming out through the windows. You can imagine, because it was in the way of the original drainage pattern of the water in the Lusaka city. So we have to, it has to be a radical thing. Otherwise, if we're going to be receiving this type of rains year in, year out, this is a trend that's going to be. And I hope the people that are on the way, that have seen their homes being flooded like crazy, they will realize that this is a wrong place. And I hope they will abandon those homes so that the city can put drainage tunnels in there. Otherwise, we've been reckless. And I attribute this as well to the environmental changes. We haven't had heavy rains for probably more than a decade in Zambia, yeah? We haven't had heavy rains as such. So if this is going to continue, heavy rains like this will be a norm, because we've blocked all the natural so-called natural drainage patterns of the city.
Yeah. Okay. I think I need to just tap on what you said. When I was growing up, my grandfather told me a story. He was telling me a story on how, back in the days, the Cairo Road used to be a river. Actually, it used to be a river. That's what he was telling me. Like, they would cross from the other end to the other end, and then he was telling me, you're on a bike with your uncle, and so he used to tell me all these stories. And then growing up in Lusaka, I understood, like, look, Cairo Road, in fact, he told me, like, look, if you want to believe that Cairo Road was actually a river, it has one of the largest drainage system. It's right there in Cairo Road. I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, no, one day just go and look down beneath. Those paths, Cairo Road, those paths. Beneath there's an underground system, water system. And I thought it was a joke. One day I was looking, and I just found, it is huge. It goes down, and street kids in the summer, that's where they live. But in the year when it's rainy season, that's water will be just flowing, just like that. But they built it. It was built a long time ago. So if you look at Cairo Road, and Cairo Road, that strip in between those trees, down there is an underground tunnel. Most people don't know about that one. And my grandfather told me, we know about that one. You see? So those are the simple marvels that was built years and years and years and years. Now you can imagine if all those things were built everywhere in every sectors, we wouldn't be having problems like we're having right now. So area Shibani, I don't know if Wakazia knows about the tunnels there.
How can I not know? How can I not know? Huh?
And I'm just asking. I don't know.
No, I know very well. They obviously, like Daniel said, it's a planning issue. The urban rural migration has created a little bit of a problem around it. And I don't see it ending because what we've created are systems that are pull factors within the towns. Where some people will just be nothing, they're not doing anything. We've not made living in town expensive. That's where the problem is. If we made living in town expensive, people will be looking for where it should be able to be easy to live and then come and work and create systems like that. But when you allow systems based on the politics, this is what we get. Because most of the people that you're going to find is that we can't do them decisively because there is political correctness that must be done. So for me, but then maybe instead of having to say let's compensate some people, we can use the model of using our roads. The roads that go into these compounds, that is where we can create our new drainage system that goes under the roads or by the sides of the roads, so that we have a clear-cut, drainage system that connects to each other. If you look at Independence Avenue, you look at all those roads, we create a parallel drainage system underground, probably covered, but it gets interconnected and then it goes one way. That may help us rather than say, let's break and get people compensated. It will be very expensive. So eventually we might find very difficult to do. More importantly, that there are a lot of financial competing needs that are there. The financial competing needs are the ones that are causing a problem for our country, because there are so many things that we do and we want to be politically correct, not really looking at what will be the long-term effects on some of the decisions that we make. So the issue of the drainage system within Lusaka and the cholera system must really be fought viciously. If you dare touch the street, the street colleagues, you are risking a vote for that. If you touch this, they all tie to the politics. So I don't know what government has to do, but if I had to suggest, I would suggest that can you create a plan around looking at how we do the drainage systems that are along the different main roads, so that is where all the water and the sewer system can actually be passing to go into one collection area. So that
But
is what I can say.
But how do you get the water from a compound you are between the houses to go to that road?
The water, no, because even within the compound,
Because the water is not coming out. It is not raining only along the road. It's raining in the compounds.
Yes. Okay.
but you
So
see,
in the compounds, this is what I was thinking. This is what I was thinking.
maybe I can answer that.
Well, let me give my thing, and then you can also come in. But this is what I was thinking. In the compounds of Ochava, I lived in at one point I was living in Garden Kuruanga compound. Immediately you step out of the house, you would see a little stream damage because there's no proper drainage system. Like, look, in a white sort of a tap panse, it was, that's how it is, right? So if we can call for natural and underground systems, Mwapanga, for example, Mugarden compound. Mwaimba nani kani, like, there's a Bombay, they built a Bombay drainage system. That's good. Okay, but it's not enough. Because if you go in Garden compound today, you find that most houses are flooded. Just like if you go to Kanyama, most houses are flooded. But why are they flooded? It's because there's no proper system. And then just like Bagazia was saying, like, look, before you have a settlement or you build a settlement, that should be the first thing that you should make. Now, that's not the case right now. So what are we going to do right now?
You see, the problem is that there are few homes. It's not a lot of homes that have blocked the Lusaka drainage. There are few homes that have been built in these lower thing. Compensation by Kazia, yes, it can be there, but I can assure you, like Cecilia was saying, there are a few homes we can identify that home, if that wall fence is out, that one is out, the topography is there in Lusaka. It's there to say, Iria is blocking the drainage in Kanyama. Nairia, if we remove that one, and that one, 3, 4, the things will start flowing again. It's not that every house is blocking drainage. No, there are only a few people that have blocked this thing. Those that have built along the drainage topography, slanting part of the compounds. There was one Indian shop guy who has built a big wall fence across a big Kamumana so that in garden area. That one now is flooding instead of Kamumana number when it reaches that wall fence for that Indian. Now it's at Ameshambo Kuya Mumbali Nombo. So if you remove that wall fence, it will be draining. The woman was saying it would drain you. So it's okay. You're just removing one wall fence. It solves a lot of problems. So there are few structures only that are doing this problem. It's not that you're going to compensate 2,000 people. No, it's just a few that are blocking this. And the town planners know these structures that are blocking the drainage of water in these compounds.
Yeah. Well, but the town planners haven't done anything. That's why I was saying, look, can we have some young people to go in these compounds and bring brilliant ideas and solutions? Because I mean, all these town planners, I mean, look, Lusaka City Council is I'm sorry to say.
Nobody listens to them. Nobody listens to them.
Well, but here's the thing: Lusaka City Council is, I'm sorry to say this, it's a big disappointment, right? Because the one thing, simple thing, just to maintain garbage in Lusaka. People are throwing garbage anywhere at the old wheel and stuff like that. If you go, like people are like, or twice a month. Can we, for once, me, in fact, if I was the mayor or if I was Gary Nkombo, what I would do is first of all institute a council police, reinstitute it into professionals. Okay, get all those people that we were training Kulilai that were never, got into the government spaces, and tell them that, look, you guys, we're going to employ you, Lusaka city councils, as police. Give them the mandate.
Watan.
Yeah, listen to what I'm saying. First of all, let me finish what I'm saying. Give them the mandate and give them the authority to punish anybody throwing garbage or not throwing garbage where it's supposed to be, because there should be designated areas. The city council should have designated areas where businesses, at the end of the day, they should know where to throw garbage. What's happening right now is people, they will just wake up, they just throw garbage out Palm Islands and Freedom. That's where they throw the garbage, right?
When was the last time you were in Zambia, Bachan?
No, that's not that
I'll tell you why
Answer
I'm
the
asking
question,
that.
Watan. Answer the question. When were you last in Zambia? Simple. Doesn't mean
yesterday on the internet.
But I mean physically, when were you there?
Yesterday on the internet, and
No,
my cousin was in Cairo, was in a Freedom Way.
No, look at this. You were online, but we mean you physically in Zambia.
No, okay. So, here's the thing. Me being physically there and not being physically there, what's the difference in what I'm trying to say?
That is not it. That's what you see. I think the conversation becomes, because if a person asks, when were you physically in Zambia? Then you choose not to answer that and you start answering something else. There's nothing wrong in telling us, oh, I was there 5 years ago, or I was there 21 years ago. There's nothing wrong, completely nothing wrong.
And the reason I'm asking Bachanda is because I just came from Zambia. I did not see trash cans around in the streets where they can throw things.
And especially the video they sent to me.
No, I just came from Zambia because I was also disgusted. The way things are throwing things, I was really not happy. But for that initiative to work, to arrest people or to find people, you have to put the infrastructure that stops them from doing that. Now, I'm not excusing them for doing that, but they also don't have anywhere to throw those things. That's why I was asking. You go to Livingston, I never saw any.
Or in Livingston, yeah. Different. Livingston
Can I come in now? Because I was interrupted and then I was told I would come back to make this.
Go ahead.
You see, Matanda, one of the things that you should never ever think of is to say, we're going to employ people with a view to punish. They don't have the mandate to punish. The mandate in the country to punish lies in the court, not in a person. No matter how well that person is, if you start to give them power to punish, they start abusing people. And issues of human rights come in. It is the systems that we're going to put in place that are going to be prohibited. If you find the people that are throwing constantly, what do you do to such people? If that system is weak, then people continue to do it. And you are right, yes, a deep thinker. You may not know Lusaka, it is like that because everybody is trading in the streets to find something to eat. The economy is really biting this time. You know, look at this. Fuel was going up, but just a weekend, something was going up. So all the cost of living has really, gone really, really up. So people now have to find survival strategies. And in fact, finding survival strategies, people start to be very careless with the law. They start to get the frustration out. And so one of the frustrations that you're going to see is when a person just finishes drinking a water, he just throws it, he doesn't care. He says, people are stealing my money, so he throws it out like that.
That's true.
When you design a system that you say, we are going to monitor, and how do we monitor? Like, one thing that I've agreed with what you're saying is, what systems have we put in the line where we see garbage being thrown? And then if we put metallic bins and they disappear overnight, if we
Correct.
put the plastic, they get punctured. What if we put concrete? And then we are able to have people to clean out in the night. And in the night, you make it clear. When we are cleaning, we are not going to find you on the streets. And that is also dealing with one thing, cleanliness, and also reading the streets of people that have just run away from their homes, and also those that have run away from where they are properly kept. Because some of these children run away from the social services where they've actually found homes to go back to the streets. So all that is dealt with, because once you clean and you have a monitoring mechanism, then a person who deliberately does that is held accountable. And how do you hold them accountable? It's either you arrest or immediate penalty immediately there. You put you a penalty. If you don't have the money to pay, we take you in. And one of the things that if it is efficiently done, and the people start to have to see that, yes, there are consequences, and the system is transparent, people will start to change their mind. And also, what is it that we are telling our kids in schools? In schools, how far are we in initiating the issue of environmental protection, cleanliness, social responsibility? Is it something that we will actually emphasize so much? So some of these things are just the end products where people are not properly prepared for such kind of life transitions.
It's some things that need to be put in place before we get to that point, Vachanda. That's what we're saying. It's a great idea.
Yeah, of course. And look, when it comes to issues of street kids, because those are the kids that actually live in the drainage systems. That's where they live, believe it or not. Me, when I was growing up, I think that was the first time that I saw a street kid. Okay, it was between there was a mosque, Independence Avenue there, and there was the drainage system there. That's where they used to live, and there were very few. We could have contained that at that time, but look at now. It's become a pandemic now. It's like they're everywhere, and the street kids are having kids. They're having babies. They're marrying each other and stuff like that. Why not just round them up? Concentration camps. Not concentration camp as it came to. Not concentration camp. I used the wrong way. I used the wrong way. I used the wrong way. No. I used the wrong way.
is taking kids to concentration camp.
I knew it that no. I used the wrong way. But what I'm saying is this.
No.
Can you correct me, Deep Think?
So let's give him an opportunity. Round them up and take them where?
Here's the thing. Let's round them up, take them to proper institutions to be rehabilitated. Okay? Tatwakwatama institutions are rehabilitate abantu Mozambique. Here in Canada and the US, all other institutions where they can go and you can take them and they're being rehabilitated.
I'm going to give you an example.
Listen, let's be very fair. let's be very fair. Because this problem Yavan on the streets has been there. There's no
Look at this.
problem.
Let him finish Bakazia first, please.
Since this problem of street kids has been in Zambia, and it's been Zambia for years and years and years. And I was telling you, me, where I used to live, I used to see those kids. They used to live under the bridge. Okay? And I used to, sometimes I interact with them. I was like, why do you live here? And there was someone in Choka what you call it? Uchaisa or Nchoka you know, another compound that's across the railway road. You know, so imagine, child, why are you here? Yeah, free, you know, responsibility for chanchani. I'm like, so you don't miss home? Get here. Could you bring poverty? But that's over now. Mamai wako, wapeleka mabaa, stuff like that. So me, I used to interview those kids because it was close to where I used to live. So I used to interview them.
Bakazia.
Mukwai.
So I think I know what you're thinking now. Tell me if I'm wrong. You're saying, what about improving the social services pay of the people so that they can be able to provide their kids with things that they need? Then they will not have to run away from home. Is that what you're thinking?
Partly, but then there's a bigger one that I wanted to probably reflect on.
What's the bigger one?
Rachanda, when I said there are systems like that, they are not adequate. So being absent completely is one thing. And having some level of institutions, but inadequacy in terms of them, that's also another different arrangement. When you say they are not there, it means we don't even have one or two. I know for a fact that in Ndola, there is about one. There are about two that I know in Ndola. There are about two that I know in Lusaka. Do you remember Roger Smith, the late Roger Smith? He was running the Fountain of Hope.
Mm-hmm.
Because they broke it was a center for the street kids. So there are places which the Social Ministry of Community Development and Social Welfare has, but the inadequacy and also the financing towards those programs and those institutions is very much inadequate. And that is how you see children that will run away be integrated in such community. They run away out of the night and then go to the streets. Because once they go on the streets, the systems of making sure that we create systems where they're not running away is weak. And at times the financing to those children's programs for rehabilitation is very minimal. And it has created a problem which seems to start blowing up. Now, coming to that, a deep thinker, what a deep thinker was asking me. Yes, deep thinker. I want us to concentrate on those programs that we say, if we create a support mechanisms to the family system, that will make sure that one, the child is monitored where they are. And also, we start to raise accountability in our children.
CDF.
One of CDF cannot manage that matter. The demand on CDF is there are too many. And this is one of the things that at times we start to think like a program is failing because we overburden it. If you are going to overburden CDF, it will fail, even if the intention might be good.
It will never fail because it's being increased every year. But
this is where you start having problems. When you start, this can never happen. And when people start to raise the challenges of this, you think they are just an enemy to the state. It doesn't work like that. But if you think it is not going to fail, or what I'm saying doesn't make sense, you can continue on that trajectory and see where
one of the solutions here in America is this. if you are a caregiver, because when you talk about street kids, we're not only talking about street kids, you have adults that are in the street. Okay? If you are a caregiver, just like social cash, do they call it social cash or something like
That's
that?
a cash transfer. Yes.
Yes. Pregnant women, they get some money, right?
Yes.
Elderly women, elderly people get money.
Yes.
How about those kids that are in circumstances that are really bad? A relative gets some money for giving care to the relative.
Mm. That's a very, very, very important question.
But
Now,
I didn't hear that.
here's the thing. I'm just going to announce it right now. I'm going to announce it right now. From information that I have from the top brass, now they are going to include Havana, who lost their parents.
Correct.
They're going to include it now. It's going to be included now. It will be under that same umbrella.
That's how you fix the problem.
So children that have lost their parents, okay?
Or in harsh living conditions, abusive parents.
No, but
Everything.
this is
So
where,
all the old people won't say Amananikane, pregnant women, they are going to be one under umbrella, and the government is going to sponsor it.
deep thinking about that. This is where I have serious problems.
Mm-hmm.
Having been a very serious policy and advisor, developer, and all that. Such kind of appeasement to our people is not good.
Hold on.
Are not
Did you
sustainable.
use the word appeasement?
Yes.
For kids that are in the streets.
Yes. Let me tell you why are you using the word appeasement? Because they're not sustainable, deep thinker. And I'm going to give you an example where I say they are not sustainable. And I want you to listen to it. So that when you respond, you're responding from my analysis of the problem and why I'm thinking it's not sustainable. Now, number one, when you see that government is going to do this for all the children, why don't you finance institutions rather than financing the children? The children have no capacity to look after this money that you're going to give them. You are going to create more behavioral problems from these kids.
Are you listening to yourself?
I'm listening.
No, but now he's saying am I listening to myself? You see, deep thinker, the conversation becomes very difficult and toxic to have. When you say, listen to what I have to say, then give your response. Mm-hmm. Then you say one thing, and I've given myself the check marks. Why do I say this is not going to be sustainable? Why do I say this is going to be problematic? That's what I'm trying to approve. So that if you don't
give us the reasons.
I'm giving you, but let me finish what I have to say. And don't interject yourself. You are a moderator. A moderator should moderate the. Don't argue with the. So this thing, coming back to what I'm saying, if the money is going to be given to the children, it's a problem. Give the money to the institutions. Create institutions where these children are going to be. That way, you will create a pattern that is going to be monitored. That's what I think. If the children are just going to be included and without that structure, it's going to be very, very difficult.
Of course, there will be some structure.
Yes. Number two, are these people that have been added to part of the working or the people that are not working? Because there are two different scenarios here.
Okay. Can I answer that one? May I answer that one?
Yeah.
You are not taking a kid in a hardship to put them with a person who is a drunk and comes home drunk every time. So there will be consideration as to who is going to be a caregiver, and they're going to be held accountable. That's how they do it here.
This is what I'm
kids,
saying. That,
those
but
kids that cannot be housed, they're the ones that go in an institution. So when we say give, we are not saying don't do institutions.
okay, if is it going to be institutional based?
Is it going to be what?
Institutional based.
No, within the establishment of relations where there is love.
Yes, but the question that I'm asking deep thinker, this
Mhm.
support system, is it going to be institutional based or
Yes,
individual based?
Wakazia.
Yes,
Okay, let me just
you
come
have
in.
you have to have an institution that monitors.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. If it is institution based, do I have a problem? The answer is no. I don't have a problem when it is institutional based. But
So
what I have a problem is that you say, oh, the aunt there is the one who is responsible. Therefore, we're going to give the money to the aunt.
no,
Or we're going to give the money to the uncle. There I
Okay,
have a problem. So
there
I'm
will be
saying,
okay.
background check.
so this is what I'm saying. If it is institutional based and the institutions are going to be supported, I do not have a problem. But
Okay.
what I've
So
realized, what
can
I've
I just come in, chip in?
It was
So
done still there.
Wakazia, your question is it's valid, but what we need to understand is this: in the modern system, like here where we live, it's very way much different. But in our current government system, what they're trying to implement is this: even if, okay, for example, namkwata mwana wanshiwa, who's you know, you live here and then you know you got a sister that died and then that wish and everything. Now, to get that child in the system, okay, then they need to have a representative within the family.
Correct.
Okay, so what happens is, even if tough decisions have to be made, there have to be somebody linked to the family to make those decisions. So if iraromba mwafika mwatambo kusanyisha na mapapers umwana oyu twalambika mu community school then akalatambo kusambiri. Okay, and then you as what you call it, as a parent, forget there's another word anyway, you will be able to see ali school alichanya and stuff like that, because there's no way takwa umwana pesa mbele chalo wakwatakwa tababululu. All those kids, even all those street kids, they've got families.
But
Okay,
I think Bakazia's point is valid. He doesn't want it to be haphazard. Just, oh, you don't have your parents died, go live with that one. No, it will go through an institution.
yes, and they're like, look, the institution itself, like, look, you can go through. Okay, let me just create an institution today. Let's just say there's a institution for kids on the street. Now, what that institution would do is they would get they'll round them up. Okay, and then maybe one of those children is your relative. And then what are you gonna do? You go to that institution and say, no, that person is my relative, that's my nephew. And then they say, okay, we want to verify this. And then there are certain things that are put in place, certain laws and stuff like that. Because umwana is a government trophy, even here in the Western world. It's a government trophy. There's no way to bakupera for umwana. Maybe the systems in Zambia is a little bit cockeyed, but the way it should be, a child should be a government trophy. Meaning, umwana, for example, lero nga mwashita report ati umwana lero naluba. The police department should stop whatever they're doing to find that child. There's no way they can be doing any other businesses. They would stop everything and say, let's find this child. But in our country, what do we see? After one, and stuff like that. See? So those are not what it's supposed to be.
But Dan is there.
I'm here.
Oh,
I'm just listening in the background about children, street kids, and stuff.
because the reason I'm bringing that up is because we already have an institution, if I'm not mistaken, a system, if I'm not mistaken, where pregnant women get some money, right? So the system can be abused. What will stop me as a woman to have children one after another so that I get government funding? Because that's how it is here. I know some kids that I taught that graduated and they just have kids. They have 2-bedroom apartment. They got food stamps, and they don't see the need to work a structured job. They work jobs where it's under the table or cash based. So abuse of system is always going to be there. That's why Bakazia is talking about, is that going to go through an institution? Right, Bakazia?
That is true.
What's your take about Dan?
The street kids supporting them where, in Zambia or here in developed countries?
In Zambia.
In Zambia, street kids. I remember when I was in Zambia at that time. There was a Hope something. I don't know what they used to call it. There was Hope something foundation or something for street kids. It's a very difficult thing. The street kids in Zambia. The reason why it's a very difficult scenario to solve is because it's multifaceted. There are so many reasons why those kids are on the street. Some of them are just bad kids. They don't want to go to school. Their parents want them to go to school, them they don't. Some of them is drug related. They have started marijuana and all this type of thing. Some of them, it's these traditions we have, whereby if the parents die, they have to be raised by their uncle, their auntie, and all that. Then they are abused, then they run away. So the solution for street kids in Zambia, it's not like it's not that simple. It's very, very complex. You can't have a solution to a one size fits all type of solution to those kids. Some of them really want to go to school, but their parents are telling them to go and sell newspapers, and those days, go sell this, go sell that, go this. So it's very complex thing. But I don't know what the new government has put in place right now. But to me, if they're going to be rounding up these kids, they should actually be categorizing them according to the reason why they're on the street first.
Correct.
And then address that problem, other than having one size fits all, where they say, oh, there's a home, we know their parents or their uncles, then we start giving them money to look after that kid. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. Yeah.
So giving money that I'm talking about, that means the social workers will be in the house too.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. The institution that Ms. Bakazia is talking about, that's their function, to follow up. They go to school.
So we have social workers in Zambia.
Huh?
How many do you have social workers in Zambia?
No, but we're developing our country, like you were saying. We have engineers.
Right, and that is why that's why that question you asked about and is very candid. We have even a program in the University of Zambia, Bachelor of Social Work, and there's also another diploma program, which is also in the different colleges within Zambia, even in Holland and other people. We have social workers in Zambia.
Yeah, but are they doing their job?
Yes, but
we are creating jobs for them.
Look at this. The program that we have in Zambia is not about the structures and all that. You can get, there is a yellow book with almost 2,000 pages, which has each and every job that is in the public service.
Okoyaba yellow page.
Ekoyaba book Ekoyaba, which has the which has the structure from the president. Let me just pick up.
So, Batanda, we have a lot of social workers out there.
In Zambia, we have thousands, and if not 10,000s of social work. There are programs. Social work is a very reputable University of Zambia program. Even these colleges, they offer social work actually. So yeah, we have, but they don't just have.
Why have they, or why haven't we utilized those social workers?
There's a department of social services at every council.
Fantastic.
Every council has social workers, for example. Every district has social workers.
Yes.
Yeah.
So why are we going back and forth with all these issues? Because here's the thing. My problem is this. I had a friend of mine. She told me that she was when her father died, her mother died. Okay, she went to social work. You know, social work, but it's supposed to be social work, whatever. And she told her that, look, me, I don't have a father, I don't have a mother, and I'm young, and I need support from this government. Though I think they have an office somewhere along Independence Day. So they told her that no, these things take time. You know, can you imagine this? Now, here in the developed world, it's different. But in Zambia, we just come like a real story. It's never that way. That's why people have been complaining, like, look, this department, some of these departments, we need to really look at them really seriously, because even the people that are heading these departments, like, if I was a minister of labor and social welfare, I swear to God, I would make sure that everybody that's coming there, they get the first priority. And we have to document these things. We have to document them so that people can see what's happening. Because if we don't document them, nobody's going to see what's happening. But if you don't document them, which means you're holding your hands and doing nothing. Social welfare. So there's no real social welfare aside from the real projects that the European government is doing in terms of social cash transfer and all those things. But
we don't know about Chanda.
I'm here to hear it. Like, look, have you ever heard of anything from the department?
I've heard about it myself. I know there are orphans that have lost those days. Before I left Zambia, there were orphans that were losing parents of AIDS, and the mother died, the father died, the children remain alone. The social workers were there to go and attend to those kids.
Yeah,
they were giving them the moral. I know 2 or 3 families that had that program going on. The government sort of adopted them. The kids, one was about 12, 13, they were told to go in mama relatives, like uncle, what, but the social workers used to go in those uncles' houses.
Correct.
And talk to the uncles, talk to the kids. They put them, the kids chose where they wanted to go.
Mm-hmm.
So they would say, oh, you never blue, uncle, oh, auntie, okay. Okay. So the kids chose, but what they were encouraging at that time when AIDS was really bad in Zambia those days was to get whoever is going to keep those 2 or 3 kids to keep them as one. Together. That's what they were encouraging that time. And then the government will support that uncle. The social workers will be coming there to monitor the progress of the kids and stuff like that. I know it used to happen that time. It used to happen. They used to give them, they used to allocate them to a social worker. And I know one kid that actually succeeded. One of them now, she's actually a pilot in South Africa.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice.
Yeah, she progressed very well. She's now a pilot in South Africa. So yeah, so the social work Department of Social Work has always been in Zambia
Correct.
for
Oh
long.
yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, well, I agree with you. It's always been there. But how effective has it been?
So but and to answer your question, I think Dan touched on it. There is also an aspect of civic education to educate the adults.
Yeah.
You know, if you grow up in an environment where there is an abuse, when you get abused, the chances are that you're not going to report it to the police station,
Yeah,
to the
yeah.
police, because that's the environment. That's your environment.
Yeah, you normalize. It's normal to you.
Yes. So we need civic education to educate the parents that, you know, their social workers here to support the kids.
That's true.
Yeah. The kids and as well as educate the parents as well. You know.
Yes.
But those kids under the bridges, the few that I've interviewed myself, I find that the problem is not with their parents. Some of them that I've interviewed, the majority of them I've interviewed, the problem is with those same kids themselves. They start smoking those.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's yeah. That's a problem.
These kids are not, and they're not from broken homes or something. It's just that they smoke like petrol.
Glue.
They smoke from gas like
Glue.
Like gasoline or something like that.
Yeah. But then I dealt with that because I'm a teacher. I dealt with that a lot of that in South Africa. Some of those kids, they have decent homes.
Yeah.
But when they leave home to go to school, there's a lot of bullying that happens. So if I'm being bullied, and if Dan can take me in and protect me, because my parents are not in the street to protect me, they gotta go to work. So in the process of me attaching myself to Dan, I begin to pick up Dan's habits.
Okay.
Because of that protection.
The bully thing, eh?
Yes. So now, because I'm not going to school for the right reason, and my parents are not going to be happy with me, and Dan is protecting me, so I might as well make Dan my parent. There's that aspect too.
Wow.
So with me I think I'm going to go a little bit religious on this one. Religious. Like I told you, like so I'm going to go a little bit religious on this one. So like I told you, at the bridge, you know, when I was growing up, when I was seeing those kids, across the street was an SDA church. Okay, just right there, and then the other side was the mosque. So if you know Lusaka, you know where I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So there was a mosque there, and there was an SDA church here, and the guys were there on the street and in under the bridge. And I would tell him that, look, why don't you go to the church then? Get some help. Like, oh no, not interested. We're not interested in all that stuff. I'm like, why don't you go to the mosque there? No, in fact, they give us some food. You know, they actually bring food to us.
Yeah, the mosques, they give free food in mosques. That's one thing. That's one good thing about that religion.
So
they are very good at feeding.
I'll give you an example of here. The kids don't want to go to those places because they have developed a habit that they don't allow in those mosques. So you go for dinner at 7 p.m. and they can also provide accommodation if you don't have anywhere to sleep. How are you going to feed that demon that you have developed over time?
Yeah.
So I would rather I'm in the street smoking that all night long than stay over there and I'm denied my habit.
Yeah.
So these are a lot of variables in these issues.
Yeah, and then it became a problem, and it became a pandemic, man.
Just like the homeless adults too. They build
Correct.
them these Salvation Army
Yep.
shelters,
Mhm.
but they don't go there because there, when they finish eating, they have to stay indoors.
Correct.
Yeah.
They won't let them go unless they have somewhere to live.
Yeah.
But that's what's happening here. So we need to at least contend them. Like I was saying, like let's contend them, put them in one place.
But the government policy for now, free education, has some kind alleviated a little bit of those kids that were on the street because of lack of money by their parents.
Good.
So at least that group is out.
Yeah, but there's some allowed to be that's still there.
But some of them are still there, which with different problems.
They're still there. So those that are still there, we need to, like I was saying, like let's round them up and take them to people. Was like I was saying, I was talking. No. Let's take them to ZNS camps. Okay, let's take them to ZNS camps. Okay. Now here's the thing. If you take them to ZNS camps, because ZNS is not a purely military operation. No. It's an institution that will teach you basics of how to be, how to live in the world, how to be military, and how you can survive in the modern world. So it's not purely like, it's military. No.
What age group are you looking at?
In fact, here's the thing. Let's get everybody. There's no age group that is assigned to ZNS. There's no way in the constitution to say somebody has to be this or that or whatever. But as a matter of national security and as a matter of helping out Havana that are on the streets, we can accommodate them and bring them into the fort and let them learn some skills. But basic skills, who knows what they can become other than you could like now we can have them bridge.
So you want to take a 7-year-old boy, 8-year-old boy to ZNS?
Yeah.
No.
Why?
No. Not 7 years.
They are there on the street.
There.
Yes. Yeah. Now they are there.
Yeah.
But what we're saying is this: it will be a transition program whereby they would, like people who are 7 years old. Okay, you can come and then you report yourself, and then they start teaching you. But tampo could become certain programs. While you're still 7 years old, maybe they put you in my secondary, not secondary school, but primary school. Start teaching.
Bachanda, the street kid problem has been here for centuries.
Correct.
Yeah, but we don't find a solution.
And many countries and many institutions have done extensive research, extensive things that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. The system is already there. It works in other countries. We don't have to start inventing new things. It's adoption. There are different adoption categories. You can use relatives, or you can have an institution where you take those kids and employ.
Also, Zambia has worked.
Pardon?
Zambia has worked.
No, I don't know whether we have tried it or not. I don't know.
I don't think it has worked.
No, I don't think we don't know if it has been tried.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know whether if you look at Canada, it works. Adoption homes, it works. The uncle we want, because some of them are actually it's the best. You start with parents, a relative. If they can't adopt those kids, That's when you now have this institution for these kids that don't have parents, and then you do then. But again, it looks like, to me, it's a little bit it's not very nice. I've been to a home where there are these kids, hundreds of them. Okay, these are the ones that have not been taken up by in Canada, that haven't been taken up by their relatives.
Mm-hmm.
And people with good-hearted people, they come there, they volunteer, they play with them, they do things. If they want one of them, imagine, if they want one of them, they adopt the child. So it's a little bit, it looks very inhumane to me, where you find people coming there like they're basically shopping for kids, you know. They look around, but they have to be interviewed, they have to get their history, they have
Background
to go
check.
to their homes and make sure that the homes are suitable, they are not criminals. And then the adoption process takes place. That's how it happened. That's what happened. And it works very well.
So I think what you're saying is this: in Zambia,
we can do the same.
Yeah. We can do the same, and then what we need to do is this: we need to put a program where sometimes there'll be individuals or couples, okay, that they cannot have children.
Oh.
Right? They cannot have children.
Why?
But medical issues and all that stuff. They cannot have children.
Oh, okay.
But they want,
circumstances.
But they want children.
Okay, gotcha.
So they enroll them in this program whereby the government will support that family that would take an orphan and all that stuff. It's a government program.
Correct.
Okay. So what it is like you can go, okay, fine. I'm going to take this young boy, start living with them, and the government will be giving you a certain percentage.
Those are foster homes, yeah.
Yeah, foster homes,
but families have to be included in the conversation.
Foster homes,
yeah,
all those things. Those are the things that we need to start encouraging in Zambia, because once we start doing all those things, then people don't want to be on the street anymore, because like if my parents can't afford to keep me, then there's somebody else that can afford to keep me.
Yeah.
And then the government is incentivizing, okay, people that are doing that. They're giving them money. Even here in the Western world, it happens. People do it. Like, you buy somebody out. The other time I was talking to one of my work. No, I'm giving 2 kids. They're not my own kids.
Yeah.
But but the government pays me money for doing that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But you allow social workers in your home.
You allow them to come anytime.
Anytime.
They don't have to announce when they're coming. They can come anytime.
They just show up.
Yeah.
So those are the things. Like we need to advance on that level as a Zambian community, a Zambian.
To be honest, it's not been. It's not a huge. I can say in Lusaka, maybe there are not even more than 2,000 street kids. They are just in hundreds. So it's not yet. We are not yet a big. It's not yet a huge problem.
Gentlemen, 4 hours 17 minutes.
I thought you were.
Where did you go?
I'm in the background.
Hello.
You have a lot going on. Back as the
We have been
6 hours.
hello. Now I'm moving deliberately. I don't know why, but
nobody removed you.
How come I was trying to contribute to this?
Quarter internet connectivity. Otherwise, I'm right here getting you in.
Wakalinda.
But Madam Moderator took you out.
Yes, he took me out. I don't know for what reason.
No, I didn't take him out.
Yes,
I mean, you all were having issues, like, for a change. Deep Thinker was going in and out. For a minute there, Deep Thinker was going in and out, in and out.
Do you know how I do that she was not out?
So what do you mean?
Do you know how I do you were not listening? Because when I got out, I was trying to get back in. I could listen to the colleagues talk, but then I could see myself just hanging outside. So
sometimes when that happens, it doesn't show on my end. But I saw you right. No. You are my peeps. You know that.
But you have to admit Moderator, you are the only one with powers to admit someone
Yes.
passed.
So I
Yes.
was outside
That's the
waiting,
problem.
That's
and
a problem.
then I was outside waiting because I had
You're
started
gonna,
making a
if you are not
contribution.
around, then we're stuck.
No,
Yeah.
but I'm here. I mean, I'm bringing
But
you in
Chand
as
has been
usual.
out
I
for 10
told
minutes.
you, put
And
me
I was
in
listening
as
in.
a call thing so that I can be able to admit people when they come in.
No, I
But
don't
Yeah.
even know why you are even blaming me like this. I already gave you
You,
those
you,
powers.
do
So
you
me,
know
I
why
just
you
wonder.
you know why you're
Because
being
he was
blamed,
waiting
Radhamini?
outside for too long.
Yes, and I started contributing on this matter of social service, and then I bumped back
Okay,
out,
let's go. Let's
and
go.
then
I mean, this is a background. 4 hours, 15 minutes anyway. Let's go
okay,
ahead
5
and so
hours.
that Mupuishi, talk your hearts out today. Don't blame me.
No, I think what I wanted to speak about was because what I had questions about those services for social welfare, if they are available and if they are there, where could they be? And also, I was also asking the adequacy of the such services in Zambia to make sure that they have the
Yeah.
impact that we are looking out for.
Asukeni,
Yeah. But
Asukeni. Got the flow
just in a
there.
nutshell,
Chand wants to put the kids in concentration camps.
yeah, he wants to put
Goodness.
this in the significant camp. So I asked him to say, is it the UPNG government policy of the that deep thinker came flying from somewhere? No. Why deep thinker was the way the deep thinker flew in, I got defeated immediately and he kept going.
I didn't ask for permission. I had to
Yeah.
jump in.
He just jumped in. But in summary, what I would say about Chanda is the programs are there for social services, because I remember very well during COVID, we had what we called the lateral social security provision. For those employees who lost the job because of COVID, they were declared redundant. They were given money for about 5 months, and each one of those was given about 800 kwacha during the time for COVID. And the way they were identified, this was never done by government. It was done by
800 kwacha by Kazia. That's nothing.
no,
You
I
wouldn't even
mean,
buy me a bottle of straw.
Kalinda, I'm happy that you're saying it's nothing, which I definitely agree, because even the minimum wage was about 1,600, 1,650.
Yeah.
So basically, you are just supporting to the barest minimum. And also, this money
It's tough back home, eh?
Huh?
It's tough.
Yes, back home is very tough. How do you explain that right now a university professor is getting $1,200 per month from 4,000? They've lost that money. This is tough, man. It's very, very tough. Right now,
They have lost it due to inflation. Eh?
yes, due to inflation. And then we are not pegging everything to inflation to say, okay, if we lose money by 50%, because the value has gone almost by 100%. So we are not even talking about an inflation where we can cover costs at 50% increment, so that at least there is a cover up to that. We are giving them 5%, 10% salary increment. So it's literally like we're doing nothing around it. But anyway, that having said that, that's one other thing. It's a discussion for another day. But the lateral social security system works because they were being identified by the press union, and then they were given in the monies for such kind of a scheme. On a larger scale, in terms of planning, there is a lot of support that government must start to create, and the revenue mechanism to support such kind of generous social systems that we've created in the country. We really have to find a lot of ways of generating our money to sustain such kind of programs. And that is why Deep Thinker, when I raise the issue of sustainability of these programs and also these good intentions where we say, okay, we're going to employ 4,000, then I'm looking at how the GDP is sitting vis-a-vis public expenditure. And I'm saying, why don't you go into looking at those sectors that are able to contribute in terms of revenue generation, in terms of monetary revenue, taxes, and things like that, so that at least, even as we give a lot of these free things, we're able to have a financial base that sustains them. I'll give a quick example. We have free education, we have free health, we have social cash transfer for the elderly, we have now added pregnancy, we want to add kids, we have added the civil service. How much are we generating to sustain this kind of expenditures that we are raising on our people? You know, so it's a huge burden. But if the government is saying we are okay, we are generating enough, and we are able to sustain, well and good. Let them do it. But from where you look at it, and having done some budgets before, I think that government is getting more than it can chew. And the good intentions can easily be misinterpreted and can, when they fail, people don't look at what has caused the failure and the good intentions that were there and what they enjoyed before it failed. We all in Zambia rush to, oh, this is now a failed thing. And then we hold those that are in leadership accountable for a failure, which we should be understanding. Submit.
Okay.
All right, now it's been. Shall we just go into the rant? 4 hours and 5 minutes.
Lord have mercy.
Lord, I mean, you guys have been talking for 4 hours and 25 minutes.
So you just gonna come to the at the time of the rant so that you rant?
Yes, that was what I was waiting on all day long, all night.
Okay, start your calendar by ranting so that we don't know your rant quickly.
Can I start?
Yes.
Yeah, because usually oh my goodness. North London forever. Whatever the weather.
Vakazia. Those that are not used to winning, that's what they do when they win.
Anyway, that's
What
good.
for the weather?
Let them enjoy the moment.
Haaland.
The match was fixed.
Haaland was humbled today.
Alan, Alisa Tumpa Mambala, yeah? I can tell you one thing. Asa Fujana and Polito, yeah. Last time we met, Asa Fujana Polito looks like Legedi. Oh my God.
And then he had to go to a theater and say, be humble. What the heck?
Guy.
What are you talking? That's our coach. Give the respect. Oh my God. There was just one of them. That little kid is only 18 years. Louis Kelly. Damn it. Waneri. With
language us, if we don't talk like that.
You lost to Crystal Palace by 2-0. Let's just, you remember, man, you are just, stay in your lane. Stay in your lane. You are not, and Arsenal were playing a B team, by the way. Makeshift team. We don't have Saka. We don't have Ben White. We don't have Tomiyasu. Tomiyasu. When are we having that Japanese fellow? Tomiyasu. When is he coming back? He's not even up on the radar.
Yeah, anyway.
North London.
No, this was a game. It was purely built on trust and built on just people that believe in each other.
Yes, exactly. I mean, that's why all the goals came from different players.
They said
look at this. People were saying that, look, since Saka is not there, Arsenal.
For the first time, Arsenal scored goals which didn't need VAR. Yeah. Arsenal always scores goals which need to be reviewed first.
Oh my!
That's why Manchester United is quiet.
No.
They never score clean goals like today.
There's no way we can be second on the chart if that's the case.
Give respect to the name called the Gunners.
Oh, we put some respect to it. We do. But
all right. I'm done with my rant. Go on. I'm done with my rant. Go on with your rants.
All of them need reviewing.
Yeah. 2-0. Anyway, let me go. Let me not even go. You're not even on our level. Valentine, when it comes to Manchester United, I'm going to say this. Katulia Beyonce Marimia Beans.
But you
That's
see, if with us we really humble people. We lose, we win. We just humble people.
You people don't know the deadly team in Premier League, Newcastle.
Yes,
Oh,
they don't know.
We are the team.
We've already beat Newcastle.
They don't know.
Nick Magpie.
Anyway, this was
in
my
fact,
rant.
let me tell you one thing. Me as
We
an
are the
Arsenal
team.
fan, me as an Arsenal fan, I can tell you one thing. New Forest is one of those top teams that's actually
Keep going,
playing.
Bachan. Keep going, Bachan. He's coming to
New-
Manchester United. Just wait. Keep going.
Oh, but in any case, but Arsenal's always been Arsenal. Okay,
And
so
we've already beat Newcastle this season. So let's just put it out there. While you are clapping for Newcastle, we've already beat them this season.
We'll let Arsenal argue about Newcastle. We are listening.
oh,
And when you look at Liverpool, they still have to play. Liverpool has to play Man City. Liverpool still has to play Manchester United. Liverpool still has to play Aston Villa. Liverpool still has to play who? Newcastle. Those are their remaining games. And when you look at us, we have Leicester, Southampton, and even Chelsea. We're not scared of Chelsea. That's the only team where okay, Chelsea.
For you to
But
say
look
it,
at
that means you have an inkling of fear.
Oh, come on.
The
All right,
teams are the most deadly ones.
All right.
Okay.
My rant is done for the evening. Who is next? Our resident PS. Who has to go next?
I ain't going.
I am that democratic. Who has to go next? The dog or BantuTV?
Let Chandagazia go.
He's not ready yet.
I'm not ready yet. Go ahead, Lagan.
BantuTV, go ahead. We are gonna do it backwards this time. You go ahead, BantuTV. You got the mic in front of you, BantuTV. It's all yours.
I can go if the Arsenal are scared to go first.
Okay, let me go then. Nobody is ready. For me, my rant is I've just been reading an article from the chair for, is it NACES, whatever, the National Academic, is it NACES, whatever, these guys that look at quality of education in Zambia. The chair, whatever, vice chair or something, executive chairman or director, whatever, is writing to say there's no funding in the new curriculum. They are opening on the 10th and there's no funding yet. So they are concerned about the flagship of this great program, because most likely they are saying that the training of the teachers, there was some orientation for the teachers for this new curriculum. It was not done well. Some teachers had to. Did I send it to you, Chandagazia? Did I send it?
You did, Wadok, you did.
You were saying that.
Put everything on back so everyone can see. That way we're on the same page.
Yeah, they say the chairman, the executive director is saying the training for the teachers for the new curriculum was not done or well organized. Teachers had to spend their own money. Some of them were stranded wherever they went for the trainings, and the money is not there. The kids are starting on the 10th of this, in the next 7 days, 3 days.
So they are starting with the grade 8 because that's who is opening on the 10th.
Yeah, 3 grades.
Okay.
He mentioned 3 grades: grade 1, grade 2, and then grade 7 or something. They're starting with those 3 grades, but the teachers that are supposed to be teaching in that new curriculum have not been oriented yet. They're supposed to be having small little refresher courses. And he's simply saying the funding is not there yet. So that worries me.
Do we know what the budget was for that? Has anybody come out?
Nobody. That's where I'm coming to.
Kamoko took the money.
I'm asking whether the government really were ready for this, because we need them to come up and say we have the budget for this new curriculum rolling out, and this is the amount of money that's going to be dedicated to it. But from the NACES people, these are people that designed this curriculum together with the government, NACES. So they own this curriculum. They are saying there's no money to run it. So that concerns me. I hope the minister Seagalima will come up and say this is the truth. This is their money that has been allocated, and this is the way things are going to be. Because nobody's talking about money. We're talking about.
He can't come by Danny because Kamoko at the end of Lama 3 million. And he's still pushing it.
I mean, if Vakazia is saying that, if Vakazia is saying, can I also just come in and say, how about, can we look at those people who are making those pronouncements at the last minute? Maybe they are PF operatives within the government. Never Nakes, whatever they are.
No, Nakes are the ones, together with the government, they're the ones that drafted this curriculum.
Yes, there could be PF. Let's just put it out there. I mean, if Akazia is coming up and says, so let's just say those Nakes people are PF. Why are they coming up with those pronouncements at the last minute, 6 days before the
and I'm very happy that if they are
PF operatives.
If
there were people who were out there.
I don't think that's the case. I think
those pronouncements should have been made 2 months ago, 3 months ago, not 3 days before the schools open.
That is, in fact, Wakalinda, I'm going to agree with you that probably they are PF, and when they are PF, they shouldn't announce that there is no money. They should keep quiet, isn't it?
Look,
I think when it comes to education,
those pronouncements,
I'm agreeing with you. I agree with Wakalinda to say, since they are PF, they should not ever open their mouth that there is no money. They should keep quiet, isn't it?
All I'm saying is they should have opened their mouth.
I've submitted my rant. Someone else can go ahead.
Yeah, somebody else is ranting.
I'm with my rant. Wakalinda, keep quiet while I'm ranting.
Anyway, so my rant is this. If you allow me, I can just put on my rant, and my rant is pretty basic, and my rant is talking about what we can do as Zambian people when it comes to industrialization. So it's a very hard topic to talk about because we have a lot of people that don't want to see the current government to succeed. And it's well proven in how people have been reporting, how people have been saying, talking about their own country to the outside community. And us as Zambians, I can say, like, look, I don't think I can talk about my own country in a negative way. Why would I do something like that? But there are people that have got the guts to do it and paint this country black. Now, where is the patriotism? Where are we as Zambians? How have we fallen so that the white people can come and pick up the page? I can say one thing. Malu is going to South Africa, but I don't know if he's going to come back. That's my personal opinion. I don't know he will come back to Zambia.
But Deep Thinker has just fallen off. Hopefully he'll come back.
So I think he's gone and he's saying goodbye. So my followers.
I'm here.
Yeah, what I'm saying is this. When my followers, you need to find a leader. Okay? If you don't have a leader, you can shut up money. Because he's very same thing with his daughter. He would never she will never come back to Ghana. Never. Don't come back to Zambia. Okay? Now I wish they would have
That's it,
understood.
Alungu.
Yeah,
Awe chacha hiyo ni news hiyo.
she would never come back.
Breaking
Timothy,
news.
even though I wish it it was just an excuse. It was an excuse to God. If he comes back, he has to have the coolness to really come back. But I can tell you one thing.
This is very shocking.
But I can tell you one thing. There's no way in hell you'd want to come back. He's enjoying. He likes to enjoy life. He likes to have a nice life.
You see, okay, I think on this one you allow me to rant, really, because I'm going to hit back.
No, this is my rant. Kwani wako stani kale kuista interject rant ya mnobe.
Awe takuli no kwasuka rant ya mnobe actually.
So this is my rant. Okay. So let me finish, and then you can get your rant in the you know. So what I'm saying is this: there are two things. Vashkulu, not Vashkulu. No, he can't even my school. But Valungu is gone outside the country, and I highly doubt it, if it's going to come back. And same thing in no mwana wabo Tasila. Off white and chapwa taka wede. Those are the things. Even just in the trusted propagandist.
Chirufya.
Even him is saying it. Valungu teti wa president. He's teaching stories. You can even
about Mundu. They have Brandy Mundubile, Given Mubinda, Emmanuel Mwamba.
see the thing is this.
Akasaka kandalama to Spain.
Yeah, GBM is off this. GBM is not happening. Who else paid? I mean,
Mundu has money, but
Efo kyabanga mwafi okuteeka ekyalo.
Mao Sampa.
Efo kibeera ngiri.
Nga mwafira
Is that so right, our beloved President Pierre? Is that so right?
No, this is but this is my right. So, okay, let me just conclude. Let me conclude.
Bakazia comes in with his rant.
Can I just conclude?
Yeah, go ahead, conclude so that Bakazia should come in.
Yeah. So, if we talk about GBM and everybody else, I mean, people have been asked questions. Okay? There's no way in hell the GBM can come up against Lungu. Even if you want it. Even if you want it.
But GBM is out. He's serving a 5-year jail term.
Exactly. But look at the Patriotic Front camp right now. Who?
They're running like a bunch of headless chickens. That's what's happening right now.
Right
now. What do you call him? Nakashinda.
Nakashinda was just ordered to give.
Everyone can comment except me.
Okay, come in with your rant. Go ahead with your rant, Bakazia.
Because you see, you start to concentrate on your friends that with the past. You start to live in the past instead of living in the present. This is what happens. You lose focus. You start making wild allegations and accusations. Focus on what you have do for the people. We're saying cost of living apart from and how things are in Zambia.
Is this your rant, Bakazia, or something?
I'm ranting. You said ranting.
Okay,
I am ranting. I'm going to rant. I'm telling you.
Go ahead.
when you see failure and you see government starts to behave the way you start to behave like that, where when you have to have a conversation, you have to start on what you tell us what you are doing going forward. What you are going to address on electricity, what you are going to address on the cost of hunger, what you are going to address on the cost of fuel. And then how are you going to revamp micro to medium enterprise? The people that have been hammered by load shedding. Why is it that a secretary to cabinet from Namibia comes and confirms that you have still been exporting power? Yeah. Let's make a megawatt you're standing. If you stand in Kalingalinga, people will be welding. People will be welding there. Now we're concentrating on Edgar Lungu. So what doesn't come back? He's not going to come back. Even if he came back or he doesn't come back, he's not the president. Even and this is one of the problems that have caused the problem for our president. Problem we must support us. You are the problem. You are the ones that create division by talking like that. If you are going to talk about progress, things that will be able to build us as a country and you get united, we'll move forward. If you want to remind people about the past, people will be reminding you of your failures rather than
which failure?
There are a lot of failures. You want me to start mentioning them? I can
Yes, give me one.
Let him finish.
Just give me one.
Let him finish with his rant.
You are the one who said you keep quiet.
Let him finish with his rant, Vachufia.
You are the one who said people keep quiet. Now you want to You see, when you want to work together for the purposes of this country, Zambia, we must avoid negativity. Let's go to the issues that bring us together, not the issues that divide us. Ama issues you attacking Edgar Lungu, attacking the PF, it just raises attacks on UPND. And people will be pointing to you yourselves, say, hey, let bygones be bygones. Let bygones be bygones. That's when we're going to make progress. If you guys want to start having a position where you have to find everything time, conversation, you have to dig into the negativity and think you are going to make progress, we will not make progress as a country. Listen to what the president is saying and move forward. Attack. What does it benefit us as Zambians when we are ever being negative? When are we going to focus on things that bring us together? When are we going to start talking about solutions? So if you want us to move forward, stop this kind of talk. Stop beating people when they're going for campaign. Stop beating. Leave to what you said you're going to do. So this kind of divisive kind of talk. Let's go back and look at what brings us together, how we're going to focus and build Zambia as people, both whether you're opposition, you're what, we're all Zambians. We need to move together and bring our mind together. Not that kind of talk. It's and not be talking like that. I submit my rant.
All right. Deep thinker, what's your rant?
I'll start with Bakazia. Bakazia, from now on, I'll be looking at you as part of civil society holding us accountable. So please continue doing that.
Thank you, Badipsi.
As you say things, then I begin to reflect on some things.
Deep thinker, do you want me to send you some beans? Deep thinker, you want me to send you some beans?
Because this is what the forum is about.
Maybe Mundiori.
This is what the forum is about. My understanding is Vakazia is coming from a point of view of, all right, things went wrong during PF, but I'm going to hold you accountable for what you promised. I'm looking at it from that angle. So my rant.
This bromance is killing me right now.
Okay, I'm confused here. Saying that who promised what?
The bromance is killing me. Go ahead.
I think you understand what I'm saying.
I didn't think I understand. Only that I think what they are not. You can't listen to what you are saying.
You paraphrase you.
So I'll give you an example. The point Agazia is bringing up is that when we came into power, we promised that there will be no cadarism, there will be no, if you break the law, you're on your own. So Bakazia is trying to get us to where Nakachinda was beat up. If that's a UPND person who beat him up, because we don't know, it might be PF. If that's the UPND person who beat up Nakachinda, is he on his own? And then I'll leave it there. I just gave you an example. But my biggest rant is what is going on in the DRC, and it's worrying me because we have made a lot of progress in Zambia, and we don't need the destabilization that is going on around there. We are a landlocked country, and we can't afford to have our neighbors bickering and
That's a
threatening.
deep thinker.
Eh?
What did
I don't mind this
That's a deep
romance.
thinker talking. That's a deep thinker.
This romance is killing us.
Eh?
kwisoko mushalinda bonse
This romance is just killing us.
Because we are a landlocked
yachupei
country, and we can't have the war locking us even more than we already are. So I urge all parties involved to find a peaceful solution, whether political, economic, or whatever solution. We need that solution because we're losing a lot of uh, black people at the hands of black people. So we need a solution, Mr. President. If you're listening, please help them find a lasting solution. And I applaud you. You haven't made a statement because I know you in the driver's seat. You always think things through, and I respect that. I don't expect you to make a statement soon. When you're ready, I'm ready for your statement, Mr. President. I yield.
Okay, well, let me just say that our other regular, Mr. Himwami Maja, did send in a text here that he was having internet issues, so he was not able to, but he was here briefly. So just to let everybody knows that, yeah, Mr. Mami
Yeah,
couldn't make
Mr.
it today.
Mwami actually sent me some pictures from his field. His,
Yeah, so
his
that's
maize field is doing good, and I
yeah,
was like,
I'm
yeah, he's
sure.
telling me, oh, I'm like, send me pictures. He send me pictures. I'm like, that's good. Congratulations. Keep doing what you're doing. Be a farmer.
All
Like
right. On that note, after almost 5 hours of these gentlemen talking, we are bringing this podcast to a close. Until next week, final score: Crystal Palace 0, Manchester United. Oh, it's the other way. Manchester United 0, Crystal Palace 2.
Mwamfolu
well,
muni vakazia mwamfolu.
Ram,
Manchester
deliberately,
United did.
deliberately.
But,
Ah.
I think they're going to relegation. Are
Yeah,
they in
yeah. Arsenal 5, Man City 1.
You could have
Be
turned off the podcast when you said that. There's no
be
need of the broadcast.
humble. Be humble, everyone. Be humble. Holland. Until next week, keep the faith.